Oh, was I actually late today? God damn it. Well, well. 2 whole stinking minutes, eh? That's crazy, chat. That's unreal. It's insane because I never really do that, you know? Okay. Oh. Well, we got some good news though, I suppose. The good news is I am... My camera's fucked. Holy shit. Why is it so big? That should do. Whoop. Alright, let's put him here. Okay. A lot of Houthi supporters upset today. That's okay. You know, people are gonna mold. It's just what happens. It's no one's fault that you choose the losing side. I mean, the Houthis. Why? You don't even, like, supporting Houthis has nothing to do with supporting Palestinians. I don't understand that. I don't understand that feeling. The reason people support the Houthis is because they hate America. There's nothing to do, and I guess Israel. There's nothing to do with supporting Palestinians. Unless you can show me from A to B how blocking trade in the fucking Red Sea is going to help Palestinians. Like, and firing rockets at Israel. People say it's like there's this whole argument going around that's like, oh, we're just stopping trade as a way of like using whatever means we have to draw attention to the situation and to stop the genocide in Gaza. But it's like, bro, if you wanted that, why are you also firing rockets at Israel? You're basically ensuring that there's no incentive ever to negotiate with you. Like, what the fuck? It's so weird. Houthis also support slavery, don't they, or is that fake? They've had a slave economy in their territory in Yemen for a while, but I think it's maybe calming down now. I don't know. That's my memory of it. I have a feeling that like it's a lot. It was worse than it is now, but yeah, they definitely have done a. They have done a bit of the old slavery for sure. Yeah. So, I guess we'll get into it one thing at a time. We'll just chill for now, though. I picked up my ADHD meds today, and they gave me a concerta, which I wasn't expecting. I didn't know there were 2 different kinds of methylphenidate, but that's interesting. I had to pay quite a lot for it. Oh god, I was expecting to pay like half of what I actually paid because otherwise it was like wait a couple of days to get the one that I usually have. Oh fuck. Concerta is ass. I mean, I got big tablets now, big 54 milligram tablets, and they're pretty cool. I feel vibing. I feel almost like my head is smaller, but in a good way, because I'm not ping ponging around with 8 million different thoughts. I feel like a laser. Have you seen the tweets saying the UK are escalating? Bro, I've looked at the news reports. I've looked at notes. I was going to look at the history of Yemen. I haven't even started with the Twitter takes. I haven't started with the Twitter takes yet. I don't even know what people are saying on Twitter. Oh God. Is that a whole thing? It probably is, isn't it? Shit. Research stream, let's go. And I might do a research stream. I don't know. I think I just want to cover what's going on first. We're gonna do probably do the court case first. Has Israel done begun pleading their case. Yeah, they've done it. Yeah, they've given their case. It's 3 hours long, and the video here is 3 hours long. So they've done it. I wonder if I just want to do Houthi news first, then ICJ, and then research. Or if I want to do ICJ, then Houthi news, then Houthi research, so it can flow more easily. To be fair, I might need to spend most of this 3-hour court case, this 3-hour statement, actually just looking at Twitter takes and assembling them, because I know Mr. Rob Rousseau has said some dumb shit, as always. This guy's becoming one of my favorite Twitter users because he's quite popular, even though he says insanely stupid shit. Like, what the fuck? ICJ first. Okay. I'll just assemble some memes in the meantime. Oh. Okay, okay. God, give me a minute though. Fuck, I need to ease into it. I've only been streaming for 6 minutes. We never start content 6 minutes into a stream. Why would I do that? Hello, Ali Bali. How's it going? We're supposed to have a... Oh, also, should I do a kick or keep on what's it called? January 6th on Monday? Should I do that? January 6th. I mean, I could win $500, but it just means, do I have the time? Do I have Sunday to do January 6th research? Because fucking crazy Americans. Yeah, sure, let's go. Let's do it. Okay, I'm locked in. I'm locked in on Monday, kick or keep, January 6th. Let's go. Have you considered not doing January 6th research at all? Nah. What? Watch Destiny's research VODs on it. I mean, that's the same as just reading it myself. I don't, apart from that, I'm just reading it. Like, I know where to go. I know what to look at. I can look at the inquiry and all the descriptions, and I need to look at the inquiry, which is 800 pages, which I can read, no problem. And then I can also look at the all the stories about what's his face. Who's their new scapegoat? Oh God, what's his fuck? I can't remember his name. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this debate. What's his name? It's completely escaped me. Ray Epps. Yeah. Ray Epps. I need to learn all there is to know about Ray Epps. Oh God. What is this? We are a vile, evil, and dying empire. What Iran is? I don't know, bro. That's such a bad comeback. Oh, you're talking about yourself. Fucking, I don't know. We got any vile and evil people in chat? Whoa. That's you guys, 100%. She's Canadian. Yeah, I know. But she's like, she's okay with imperialism when Iran does it. There's a few things I learned about the Houthis just off stream today. I learned that it's not really fair to call them an Iran proxy. They're very much supported by Iran, but like as far as people on the ground and how much control they have, like they are a pretty independent minded group. Like they've got their own motivations and their own like especially their origin story as well, like the fact that they were anti, there was like a very strong case at the very beginning about corruption from the Saudi backed military government in Yemen. So that's like a thing. Calling them just Iran proxies isn't really a thing. It's like they do have their own like motivations and shit. They are Shia. They're from a Shia sect, I think. They only control this part of Yemen, but this is actually where most of the people in Yemen live. There's not that much happening over here. So that's a thing as well. Hmm. So they do actually have a lot of control over the population. Like the majority of the people in Yemen live in the Houthi areas. So that's a thing as well. Like I think it's just desert, isn't it? Yeah. Especially, I mean, generally anyway, you want to live near the sea. Like that's where lots of cities are. They're near the sea because um, some people manage to move stuff with boats. But especially if you're in a desert country, you want to live by the sea. Yeah. Hmm. So I learned that. I learned those couple of things. And I didn't know that before. Why are leftists defending the Houthis on Twitter? Because they don't fucking know anything. Because all I oh, I'm going into Yemen. Oh shit. All I knew about Yemen really for the last like all of my 20s was that all I really knew about Yemen was that was like whenever like a leftist or like especially like a Corbyn supporter would bring it up, like a socialist, or they would just say, "Yeah, Saudi Arabia is committing a genocide in Yemen," and that's all you would know. That's it. With American or British like cluster bombs, which apparently wasn't even true, but like that kind of shit. Like they are using cluster munitions, but not like I think the British ones that they had were like from the 70s, but it's not like Britain was giving cluster bombs to Saudi so they could use them in Yemen like in 2015 or whatever. So that's all I knew. And that's all people used to say about it. I was like, oh, so damn, Saudi's just like starving out Yemen for no reason. No one cares. Well, no, it's because there's a war with the Houthis. I mean, Saudi have definitely not done things that would be deemed acceptable by Western standards. They're just let off the hook because they're a Western ally. That's true. That's all true. But also, the Houthis are fucking insane. It's in their interest to keep people poor and hungry because that's part of like their fucking slave economy. Yeah. So I guess the thing, and then later on, I just kind of learned, oh yeah, I guess with the Yemen, it's just like there's no good guys, which probably means the country will have to be partitioned at some point. Like I don't know. Uh, because the Houthis have stood firm against Saudi and the UAE for a long, and the Yemeni government for a long, long time. They're not going anywhere. So, is there a genocide in Yemen or not? I don't know where it is, if there is one. So, I'm gonna say no. I don't think I've seen any credible claims for that. I've only seen it made by activists. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Shall we get started with the allegations, or shall we not? Shall we wait a bit more? I need to know the context of this guy saying this. What a fucking dude. The only thing that stands between this chat and becoming simps for Iran or Saudi or whoever the fuck is the fact that you guys don't know about their misogyny takes. That's really all it is. Bro. This is from December. It's so nice of the Americans to float their coffins so close to Yemen. It's unironically like these people think that the Houthis are hard men born out of hard times. I don't really. It's like Nazi shit. The fuck? Fucking noble savage theory and shit. Ugh. Would you say Dubai and the UAE is more Western now, or are they not? Yeah, Dubai's pretty degenerate. Yeah. I thought Lord of Box was going to do a misogyny purge. Well, yeah, we're being more ban happy with it. Yeah. And that includes people saying things that they don't think are misogynistic. They're just like, "Oh, I didn't know that was misogynistic." Well, yeah, don't. Well, fucking trial by trial and error. You know, if you're sitting there thinking, "Oh, will this be? Is this misogynistic?" Just don't say it. Probably don't. Yeah, we're doing a bit more of that because it feels like it's the Islamophobia has never been a massive problem. We got rid of like the couple of people who were doing that. Um, we got rid of all the crazy far left stuff. We always get rid of race realism and Nazi stuff and like the really obvious ones. Transphobia, that's never been a problem. Mods are always quite sharp with that. I feel like misogyny is the last pillar to fall in the are not so erudite. That's not really misogyny. It's not misogyny because people think that the DW lady looks like not so erudite. That's not misogyny. As a third generation Holocaust survivor Israeli, my heart feels heavy today, but if there's one thing that feels positive for me today, maybe this ICJ thing will make BB stands wake up. What are BB stands going to wake up to? What do you mean? Like the quotes, or oh, I don't know what that means. Oh, are you going to react to the trial? Yep, we're going to react to Israel's takes, Israel's response. Okay, chat, listen up. Okay, that he brought this shit upon us. Oh, does Israel's? I don't know what Israel said. I don't know if that has anything to do with whether or not it's going to help or hurt someone like BB. So, what do I even? How do I introduce? One nation. One nation hangs in the balance. They stand accused of crimes most foul. Um. Let's have a look. Israel stands accused of genocide in the International Court of Justice, the highest court in the world, by former apartheid buddy South Africa. But alas, it's an apartheid showdown. We saw South Africa's case yesterday. They presented it for about 3 hours, maybe a bit over. Israel is going to respond. South Africa started by saying, South Africa's case, if I could summarize it, was lots of heavy bombs. That's one thing. Dense civilian area. Shortage of supplies and blocking aid shipments from coming in. Numbers of deaths, obviously. Quotes that sound very dehumanizing, and one or two sounding quite genocidal from the Israeli government. That's kind of the gist. Okay. Okay, chat. I guess I need to refresh the thing, don't I? The window. Oh god. I was begging my internet provider to not do this to me today. I was it crashed twice when I was playing chess yesterday, so I lost 2 games that I was winning because of fuck bullshit, whatever. That didn't matter. But it's crashed once today. I reset my router, but it just did it again. I haven't had it that repeatedly since 2 years ago, since I called them for like a month to try and get it fixed. Oh god. Fuck, man. Why is this like always been a recurring problem? Even in my old flat, this was a recurring problem. Like I seem to have never been in a house ever that doesn't have fucking retarded internet problems. Like shit. Do you have fiber? Yeah, I have fiber. Yeah, I pay quite a lot for my internet. Yeah, and I call them, and they just do some shit on their end that supposedly fixes it for a while. Then it happens again. I don't even. Oh god. Oh shit. Do you have fiber in your diet though? Shut up. Stop. I can't even get into my restream now, so I guess I just have to watch you guys on the thing. Did I really keep all my viewers though? No, I didn't. I dropped a bunch. Hmm. I use BT. I might need to go to BT. That probably seems like a safe option. Because fuck this. Oh god. BT is expensive though. It's more expensive than what I'm using now. That's probably why it's reliable. Hmm. Okay. Oh god, should we start again? Do I have to make a fucking segment out? God. Uh at least you have fiber, not god. Oh god. You'd make more money with less viewer drops though, right? Yeah, probably. Yeah, and I would also not want to kill myself. So that's it's two things really. It's win-win, win-win-win. What did you send me? Where? I don't see anything. I will say though, if it crashes once more, I'm just gonna have to go off because it's like it's not. I've not had a break from this yesterday and today, so I don't think if it does it again, it's gonna do it all day. Hmm. Uh, just move. Yeah, I know. I don't want to move though. I love this flat. I like this flat. What's this? This is definitely copyright. 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 Okay, whatever. Don't care. Anyway, yeah, one country's life hangs in the balance. Israel been accused of crimes most foul, the crime of genocide, the highest of all crimes, in the highest of all courts, the International Court of Justice. They're at The Hague. South Africa, former apartheid buddies. It's an apartheid bro-off. South Africa is accused of apartheid. They made their statements yesterday. Their case basically consists of Israel is using big bombs, where not small bombs, in dense populated areas. That they're blocking aid supplies. That there is a humanitarian crisis. That their bombings are not very carefully targeted. That they're talking about how there's lots of quotes from Israeli leadership, including members of the war cabinet, but also more specifically people out in the cabinet in general, who are saying things that are very dehumanizing and very genocidal. Some of them are just inflammatory things saying that they're saying about Hamas. Other ones are not just inflammatory things that they're saying about Hamas. Some of them are people saying things like Ben Gvitler, some might call him, saying how there are 2 million Nazis in Gaza and they need to be wiped out. So it's pretty concerning. How will Israel address these charges? Let's go. That was Smotrich, not Ben Gvir. I probably combined the two of them together. I think that quote that I gave was actually combining both of them, but like more or less. Yeah, Smotrich said there are 2 million Nazis in Gaza. Ben Gvir said the strip must be destroyed and everyone's responsible, right? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Oh yeah, also just because this stream might crash at any moment because of my fucking internet, I'm just gonna say, you know, live every stream like it's your last one before crashing. Isn't it a bit unfair that Israel by default gets a Jewish lawyer? Okay, sorry, that's it, done. That's anti-Semitic. It's a fucking joke, you idiot. Oh.
Please be seated. The sitting is open. The court meets this morning to hear the State of Israel present its single round of oral argument on the request for the indication of provisional measures submitted by the Republic of South Africa on 29 December 2023 in the case concerning application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip, South Africa versus Israel. I shall now give the floor to the co-agent of Israel, Mr. Tal Becker. You have the floor, Excellency.
I wonder what Israel's case will be. It's making me wonder what Israel's case will consist of. I wonder if it's part of a because it felt like a lot of what South Africa was saying was things that might have even been like criminal, but like weren't anything to do with genocide. Like them just talking about 75 years of oppression and like the blockade on Gaza and like right of return. Like none of those, you can have a go at all things, those things if you want, but none of those were anything to do with genocide. So I wonder if Israel might also start talking about October 7th or like if that helps their case. Turan, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate that. Or if they're just going to refute every claim, or if they're going to dissect South Africa's report. I don't know what angle they would take on that necessarily. Couldn't tell you. I also let's make some predictions though, some bingo cards. They'll probably talk about October 7th. They'll probably do that. They'll probably accuse South Africa of anti-Semitism or someone somewhere. They'll probably talk about Hamas using human shields, but that's probably valid because that explains why the collateral damage is so high from their perspective. So okay. I don't know. We'll go with that.
Madam President, distinguished members of the court, it is
October 7th is all they have. No, all they have is that they can refute the claims from South Africa, because I looked through one page and just found that you can use South Africa's own footnotes to debunk what they're saying, to show that they are clipping quotes out of context to make it look more dehumanizing and genocidal than they actually are. That is a thing. So I don't know, but I wonder. I don't really know if it's like they just see this as like this is like spectacle, or how lawyers feel like they need to give emotional arguments over logical ones. Because if it was me, I would just say, oh, you know, on page 28 you said this dumb shit, and on page 34 you said this dumb shit, and on page 35 you said this dumb shit, and on page 34 you said, yeah, like I could just go. I would just do that, but I don't know if that's how you're supposed to respond in these situations, or if you have to speak for the cameras as well. I don't know.
It's an honor to appear before you again on behalf of the State of Israel.
Let's go.
The State of Israel is singularly aware of why the Genocide Convention, which has been invoked in these proceedings, was adopted. Seared in our collective memory is the systematic murder of 6 million Jews as part of a premeditated and heinous program for their total annihilation. Given the Jewish people's history and its foundational texts, it is not surprising that Israel was among the first states to ratify the Genocide Convention without reservation. And to
don't panic, guys. Don't do it. It's not allowed. One more try. Oh, hang on. I need to do this to get it back. I need to destroy it and then bring it back. Hello. Okay. Fuck me. Holy shit. I did a hard reset on everything. I just unplugged everything and started up again. So, and I moved. So I think there was like one of my cables was like overlapping with a fucking like one of those floor lamps that has like a bit of metal on it. So I don't know if that affects it. Like the cable from the wall to the router was going over like a big bit of fucking electric shit. So I don't know. Maybe that does it. I don't know. I know that can happen with guitar pedals when like shit crosses over. It's a big problem. But South African hackers. It could be that. It's not, nothing's impossible. I'm going to give it one more try. And if it crashes again, I'm going to change my internet. And that'll be my whole day, my figuring out how quickly I can get that done. Lorna Box, do you think you're better than most people? You give me that vibe. No. I don't know how one person can be better than another person. It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, I don't know. Whew. How does one change the internet? Oh, I'll find a way. I think people think I give that vibe is because I talk about things that I don't usually talk about things unless I know what I'm talking about. And I find myself surrounded by people who don't know anything of what they're talking about. And then I just like, and I don't really like to suffer that, or I'm quite snarky when I encounter that. So, the impression I give online is probably just that. Like, I don't know. But I also need to remember that, like, I'm just like a YouTuber. Like, and I remember that it's not even difficult to remember. Like, I'm just a YouTuber. Like, and I know that compared to like other people who talk about things like this and are like way smarter than me, and most of my opinions are mostly just like fucking stolen from academics or whoever else, like who I actually trust to know more than about these things than I do. So I don't know. It's just that when I come here, when I come to the internet space or the Twitter space, I just feel like I'm literally like fucking Gandalf in the asylum for retarded hobbits. I don't know. So I hope that answers your question. Can that be the name of the Discord? Uh-oh. You need to be more unhinged to get more views. I feel like I'm doing fine for getting views. There aren't that many political streamers who get like 1,000+ viewers most days. So I think that's okay. I'd rather just do what I like to do. I can never understand someone being like unhinged just because they want more views. Like if I'm unhinged, it's because it's like a natural. That's just how I react to certain things. Like that's I don't really force the unhingedness. Anyway, like I said, if it crashes again, I'm fucking off. Okay, I don't care. So we need to do a highly concentrated stream effort. I think it's gonna crash again. Fuck! It's really annoying. Oh shit! I'm just waiting for it to go again because.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Benjils, thanks for the $20. Oh my god!
Happy belated Boxing Day, Mr. Boxman, sir. Here are some freshly printed US dollars from your local State Department recruitment center.
Well, thanks very much. I really appreciate that. That's really nice of you. Okay. Who will tell me what to think about the ICJ hearings? I know. Fuck, man. It's so it's just because it's one of those problems that's been here for like 2 years, and I keep thinking I fixed it, and then it does it again. Like, what catches me when my voice is vulnerable. Fuck. It was stable for so long. It was stable for so long. And it wasn't for a lack of trying. I had to do a lot of badgering to get them to fix it the first time, but ugh. Anyway.
The world recognize that the existing legal lexicon was simply inadequate to capture the devastating evil that the Nazi Holocaust unleashed. The applicant has now sought to invoke this term in the context of Israel's conduct in a war it did not start and did not want. A war in which Israel is defending itself against Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and other terrorist organizations.
BT broadband deals. Oh, sorry.
Whose brutality knows no bounds. The civilian suffering in this war, like in all wars, is tragic. It is heartbreaking. The harsh realities of the current hostilities are made especially agonizing for civilians, given Hamas's reprehensible strategy of seeking to maximize civilian harm.
So in my area, I can get fiber 2 for £35.99 a month. £35.99 a month. That's actually fine, isn't it? Because it's got Fiber Essential, Fiber 1, and Fiber 2, but the price differences aren't that much. Fiber Essential is 35 to 36 megabytes. Fiber 1 is 50 megabytes. Fiber 2 is like 70 plus megabytes. I want the 70 plus megabytes, obviously, because I'm I'm a streamer. Ugh! Yeah, I can do that. How do I... That's slow. That's as good as it gets over here. That's as good as it gets in these parts. Apparently. Because I gave them my address. Like, that's what my address has. That's what they have to offer. You have 100 megabytes for 75 USD. Oh, well, mine's not as bad as that. Because this would be $35.99 is less than 75 USD, but it's also a little slower. What's my speed now? I can run a speed test with a bunch of shit in the background. My speed now is like just over, is like 60, so yeah. Whatever. Yeah, I guess I'm just not in a very impressive area for internet. Let me see. What are other trusty providers? I'll just look at this one.
Harm to both Israelis and Palestinians, even as Israel seeks to minimize it. But as this court has already made clear, the Genocide Convention was not designed to address the brutal impact of intensive hostilities on the civilian population, even when the use of force raises, quote, very serious issues of international law and involves enormous suffering and continuing loss of life, end quote. The Convention was set apart to address a malevolent crime of the most exceptional severity. We live at a time when words are cheap. In an age of social media and identity politics, the temptation to reach for the most outrageous term...
Identity politics. Okay. Huh. Okay, apparently Virgin just won't let me look at broadband without signing up. Or what the fuck, man?
...to vilify and demonize has become for many irresistible.
Yeah?
But if there is a place where words should still matter, where truth should still matter, it is surely a court of law. The applicant has regrettably put...
Okay, fuck Virgin. Virgin actually needs me to sign up and like do a whole bunch of shit before I find out what internet I can get. Leave me alone. No.
...for the court a profoundly distorted factual and legal picture.
Vodafone.
The entirety of its case hinges on a deliberately curated, decontextualized, and manipulative description of the reality of current hostilities. South Africa purports to come to this court in the lofty position of a guardian of the interest of humanity. But in delegitimizing Israel's 75-year existence in its opening presentation yesterday, that broad commitment to humanity rang hollow. And in its sweeping counterfactual description of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, it seemed...
Oh. Apparently for Vodafone, for some reason, you can get full fiber, 100 megabytes for 25 a month. Is this because Vodafone's shit, is that some people saying? Oh. Okay. Oh, that's oh, it's actually not because it's like downloads. Oh, okay, okay.
To erase both Jewish history and any Palestinian agency or responsibility. Indeed, the
Sky.
delegitimization of Israel since its very establishment in 1948 in the applicant's submissions sounded barely distinguishable from Hamas's own rejectionist rhetoric. It is unsurprising, therefore, that in the applicant's telling, both Hamas's responsibility for the situation in Gaza and the very humanity of its Israeli victims are removed from view. The attempt to weaponize the term genocide against Israel in the present context does more than tell the court a grossly distorted story. And it does more than empty the word of its unique force and special meaning. It subverts the object and purpose of the Convention itself, with ramifications for all states seeking to defend themselves against those who demonstrate total disdain for life and for the law. Madam President, members of the Court, on Saturday, October 7th, a Jewish religious holiday, thousands of Hamas and other militants breached Israeli sovereign territory by sea, land and air, invading over 20 Israeli communities, bases and the site of a music festival. What proceeded, under the cover of thousands of rockets fired indiscriminately into Israel, was the wholesale massacre, mutilation, rape and abduction of as many citizens as the terrorists could find before Israel's forces repelled them. Openly displaying elation, they tortured children in front of parents and parents in front of children, burned people, including infants, alive, and systematically raped and mutilated scores of women, men and children. All told, some 1,200 people were butchered that day, more than 5,500 maimed, and some 240 hostages abducted, including infants, entire families, persons with disabilities, and Holocaust survivors, some of whom have since been executed.
How is this a defense against the genocide allegation? Either because it's for just like for politics, like for the media, the same way that South Africa was doing it with the 75-year thing, or it's because they're trying to build up a case for why they went to war with Hamas. So from Sky, I can get ultra fast for $29 a month. It's 145 megabytes average speed, and I can upgrade to gigafast for 42 a month, which is 900 megabytes a second. That seems to be the best one I can see so far, was from Sky. Vodafone is the next best one. Apparently Vodafone's reliable in Aberdeen though, so I don't know. But I don't think it matches this gigafast offer. Can I afford gigafast, chat? £42 a month. It's like just under 20 more than I pay now. Yeah.
Many of whom have been tortured.
Upload speed is like 85 to 100. It's too fast.
Sexually abused and starved in captivity. Representatives of the hostages' families are in this courtroom today, and we acknowledge their presence and their boundless suffering. We know of the brutality of October 7th, not only from the harrowing testimonies of the survivors, the unmistakable proof of carnage and sadism left behind, and the forensic evidence taken at the scene. We know it.
Is the problem the speed or the stability? It's actually the stability. My speed is fine. I don't really give a fuck about the speed, but speed would be better because my upload rate to my stream could be better. Because right now it's at 3,000 kilobytes a second. But, yeah. Look for Sigma fast. A. But it looks like Sky is the best for, like, at least for bang for the buck, but I don't know about stability. Yeah. Todd Lee for the $10. Thank you so much. A Sigma male like you deserves to get chat internet. Oh, that's so generous of you. Thank you so much. Wow.
Because the assailants proudly filmed and broadcast their barbarism. The events of that day are all but ignored in the applicant's submissions. But we are compelled to share with the court some fraction of its horror. The largest calculated mass murder of Jews in a single day since the Holocaust. We do so not because these acts, however sadistic and systematic, release Israel of its obligations to uphold the law as it defends its citizens and territory.
Loner box, you
That is
smarmy
unquestionable.
cuck bastard.
A Sigma male like you deserves Giga Chat internet.
Hey, thanks so much.
We do so because it is impossible to understand the armed conflict in Gaza without appreciating the nature of the threat that Israel is facing and the brutality and lawlessness of the armed force confronting it. In the volume of materials submitted to members of the court, access has been provided to a portion of the raw footage for separate screening. But I am obliged to put before the court today some small fragment of the scenes of unfathomable cruelty that took place in hundreds of locations on that horrible day. Johnny Simantov, a wheat farmer, and his wife Tamar, an activist for women's rights, lived in kibbutz Nir Oz. When the rocket fire started, they hid in the safe room with their 4-year-old son Omer and their 6-year-old twins Arbel and Shachar.
Check OpenReach. If they're all using the same landline, it won't matter who you're with. That's also worrying, isn't it? Yeah.
During their rampage, Hamas militants set fire to their house. Johnny texted his sister Renee, "They're here. They're burning us. We're suffocating." The whole family was burned alive to ashes, making DNA identification especially difficult.
Someone in Discord tagged this. Not 1 ounce of humanity in his soul. Okay.
A survivor of the Nova Music Festival massacre testified to police to witnessing a Hamas militant brutally raping a young woman, as another militant cut off her breast and toyed with it. A second militant then raped her again, shooting her in the head while still inside her. In one video recorded by a home surveillance system, a Hamas militant throws a grenade into a safe room where a father and his 2 sons have rushed to hide. The father is killed. The 2 sons are injured and bleeding as a militant pulls them into the living room. One child can be heard screaming to his brother, "Why am I alive? I can't see anything. They're going to kill us." The militant casually opens the fridge, takes out a bottle, and drinks.
Has Lonerbox ever said the N-word? Wouldn't you like to know, you fucking nonce?
And then there is this recording from kibbutz Mefalsim. As stated, none of these atrocities absolve Israel of its obligations under the law. But they do enable the court to appreciate 3 core aspects of the present proceedings, which the applicant has obscured from view. First, that if there have been acts that may be characterized as genocidal, then they have been perpetrated against Israel. If there is a concern about the obligations of states under the Genocide Convention, then it is in relation to their responsibilities to act against Hamas's proudly declared agenda of annihilation, which is not a secret and is not in doubt. The annihilationist language of Hamas's charter is repeated regularly. It is expressed no less chillingly in the words of senior Hamas member Razi Hamad to Lebanese television on October 24th, 2023, who refers to the October 7th attacks, what Hamas calls the Al-Aqsa flood, as follows. In the continuation of this interview, Hamad is asked, does that mean the annihilation of Israel? Yes, of course, he says.
Uh-oh.
The existence of Israel is illogical. And then he says, nobody should blame us for the things we do. On October 7th, October 10th, October 1 millionth, everything we do is justified.
I wonder, there must be like a context in Arabic where it's like a normal thing to say, to speak like that, like October 1 millionth. It just sounds like a fucking 8-year-old talking about how much pain they're going to bring upon their enemies. Like,
given that on October 7th, before...
See, normally it's not that quick. Normally it's not that quick, F in the chat. Fuck me. You know, it's just as well I have such a supportive community of people being like DMing me saying like, I know I'm really good at internet stuff. I'm really good at internet stuff. Let me help you. I'm like, oh, cool. That's really nice. Soy. Ooh. That was a fast return. Should I just, I don't want to stream with that going. But I really want to watch this video. Oh God. Fuck me, man. Back again, eh? See, there, my chat didn't even go off. My chat just stayed. I have turned it off and on again. Stop. So the Fs are getting smaller. I don't know, bro. 100% my fault. I know somehow it is psychodynamic. Do you have hotspot? Nope. Hmm. 7 times the charm. I don't know, you guys. Try streaming at 720. Yeah. It's not even that though. It's like my whole internet because I was doing it when I was playing chess yesterday. It actually started when I was off stream yesterday. So it's nothing to do with any of that. But apparently someone in Discord thinks they can help. Okay, well. Use your phone as a backup by tethering it. I don't know how to do that. What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Wait, Aquila, if you know what you're talking about and you can help me like just through this one stream. Because the 5G in this room is really bad though. If I make phone calls from this room, I always have to go to the next room. So I don't think hotspot's gonna work. I only ever get 1 bar in this room. So that's a whole thing. Maybe I could just move my streaming room to the living room. Maybe that would do it. But no, it's the router that fucks up. It's not like the room is just like an extra issue. All right. Connect your phone to your computer through USB. Might as well, eh? Do I even have a cable for that? I think I do. Hang on. I don't think I have a cable for that. I don't. Because my charger isn't like a USB one. Oh, it is. Yeah, I forgot this thing actually comes out. Oh no, it's not though. I don't think I've got the USB-C thing in my computer. Nah, I don't. I need to do so much fucking... Whoa. Go to a cafe and stream there? No. I know I have to pay for hotspot. I don't care about that. Do I have this in the back of my computer? 1 second. 1 second. Okay, I've got the cable. The cable works. Poop Man is wilding on Twitch. I know Poop Man's weird. Don't worry about him. Okay, my phone is plugged in. And now I have to do the hotspot gimmick. Trust. Go to Keffel's house and use the internet. She's not too far, is she? Okay, I trust this computer. What next? Personal hotspot? I'm just going to read stream chat. Settings, connections. Oh, connections. Is that going to be on an iPhone? Connections? I don't see connections. USB I've never seen that on my phone before. I've never used such a thing. General? Just so you guys in chat know, I'm not listening to you. You can keep spamming anyway, but I'm just listening to this one person, okay? Because if I listen to multiple people, we'll have all kinds of problems, okay? Search hotspot. I've got personal hotspot, but I don't have... Wait, tethering? No, there's no tethering thing. Personal hotspot. Okay. It has a password, though. Do I just get rid of it? Oh, I can just make it custom, can't I? Okay. Eight characters. Okay. Allow others to join, I guess. Bluetooth and USB, is that right? Okay. Whoa. I just got given an option there. Then what? Don't I have to set up my computer so that it'll go to that second one as a backup? It does it automatically. So it'll just find my phone. If the internet fails, it'll just smoothly switch over. What? Okay. Did I not have to do an option though? Is there not something on the computer that allows it to do that? Or hang on, let me try. Let me turn this off and on because something popped up that I missed. What the fuck? All right. So I turn it off and on, something happens. Okay. So I don't need to change anything from my computer. Okay, cool. And I'll just put this. I don't even know where a safe place to have this is. The window or by the door? I don't even know. This whole room is dog shit. Actually, the window was better. Okay. We're hotspotting. We'll see if that saves us. What's that back tattoo? Do I have a back tattoo? I don't have a back tattoo. If there are marks on my back, it's what do you call it? It'll be from the callus from the squat bar. It says, dude, hey, how are you this bad at tech but leading the entire IDF and Mossad? I don't know. It's funny because I've done so many, I like, before this, I used to be like music producers. I used to use like recording software and that stuff was always insane. But what would always happen is I would get some incredibly niche problem that only had one article on it from 10 years ago on some forum. And then I would learn it, I would do it, and then I would forget it like the next day. That's it. That's my entire experience with technical issues, is I learn it, I solve it, and then I forget it. Ugh. Okay. Genocide. It's quite amazing that I can still manage to get like about 1,000 viewers each. That I've managed to get like almost just under 1,000 viewers like 3 times now with these crashes. You guys really want to watch this guy talk about genocide, eh? Okay.
Israel for the murder of its own citizens. One wonders whether the applicant agrees. Second, it is in response to the slaughter of October 7th, which Hamas openly vows to repeat, and to the ongoing attacks against it from Gaza, that Israel has the inherent right to take all legitimate measures to defend its citizens and secure the release of the hostages. This right is also not in doubt. It has been acknowledged by states across the world. Astonishingly, the court has been requested to indicate a provisional measure calling on Israel to suspend its military operations. But this amounts to an attempt to deny Israel its ability to meet its obligations to the defense of its citizens, to the hostages, and to over 110,000 internally displaced Israelis unable to safely return to their homes. The applicant in its submissions to the court makes almost no mention of the ongoing humanitarian suffering of Israel's citizens at the hands of Hamas, and treats the hostages still held in captivity as barely an afterthought. But is there a reason these people on your screen are unworthy of protection?
Uh-oh.
Hamas is not a party to these proceedings. The applicant, by its request, seeks to thwart Israel's inherent right to defend itself, to let Hamas not just get away with its murder literally, but render Israel defenseless as Hamas continues to commit it. Yesterday, counsel for the applicant made the astonishing claim that Israel was denied this right, and as a matter of fact should not be able to protect itself from Hamas's attacks. But allow me to draw attention to these words written by Professor Vaughan Lowe. Quote, "The source of the attack, whether a state or non-state actor, is irrelevant to the existence of the right to defence. Force may be used to avert a threat because no one and no state is obliged by law passively to suffer the delivery of an attack." Israel agrees with these words, as I suspect would any sovereign state. If the claim of the applicant now is that in the armed conflict between Israel and Hamas, Israel must be denied the ability to defend its citizens, then the absurd upshot of South Africa's argument is this. Under the guise of the allegation against Israel of genocide, this court is asked to call for an end to operations against the ongoing attacks of an organisation that pursues an actual genocidal agenda, an organisation that has violated every past ceasefire and used it to rearm and plan new atrocities, an organisation that declares its unequivocal resolve to advance its genocidal plans. That is an unconscionable request, and it is respectfully submitted that it cannot stand. Third, the court is informed of the events of October 7th because if there are any provisional measures that should appropriately be indicated here, they are indeed with respect to South Africa. It is a matter of public record that South Africa enjoys close relations with Hamas, despite its formal recognition as a terrorist organisation by numerous states across the world. These relations have continued unabated even after the October 7th atrocities. South Africa has long hosted and celebrated its ties with Hamas figures, including a senior Hamas delegation that, incredibly, visited the country for a, quote, solidarity gathering just weeks after the massacre. In justifying instituting proceedings, South Africa makes much of its obligations under the Genocide Convention. It seems fitting, then, that it be instructed to comply with those obligations itself, to end its own language of delegitimization of Israel's existence, end its support for Hamas, and use its influence with this organization so that Hamas permanently ends its campaign of genocidal terror and releases the hostages. Madam President, members of the court, the hostilities between Israel and Hamas have exacted a terrible toll on both Israelis and Palestinians. But any genuine effort to understand the cause of this toll must take account of the horrendous reality created by Hamas within the Gaza Strip. When Israel withdrew all its soldiers and civilians from Gaza in 2005, it left a coastal area with the potential to become a political and economic success story. Hamas's violent takeover in 2007 changed all that. Over the past 16 years of its rule, Hamas has smuggled
That's not a very good argument. I think they knew that coming out of Gaza in 2005 would not lead to like a path to Palestinian statehood because it's just not. That was never the point. They could have not been, obviously, a terrorist training base. They could have not done that. But I don't know if the situation would have exactly been banging because it contributed to the fragmentation of the Palestinian people, so that made statehood harder.
Countless weapons into Gaza and has diverted billions in international aid, not to build schools, hospitals, or shelters to protect its population from the dangers of the attacks it launched against Israel over many years, but rather to turn massive swaths of the civilian infrastructure into perhaps the most sophisticated terrorist stronghold in the history of urban warfare. Remarkably, counsel for the applicant described the suffering in Gaza as unparalleled and unprecedented, as if they are unaware of the utter devastation.
Now, what's that? Someone saying F in chat. It's not me, though. Not this time.
Wrought in wars that have raged just in recent years around the world. Sadly, the civilian suffering in warfare is not unique to Gaza. What is actually unparalleled and unprecedented is the degree to which Hamas has entrenched itself within the civilian population and made Palestinian civilian suffering an integral part of its strategy. Hamas has systematically and unlawfully embedded its military operations, militants and assets throughout Gaza, within and beneath densely populated civilian areas. It has built an extensive warren of underground tunnels for its leaders and fighters, several hundred miles in length, throughout the Strip, with thousands of access points and terrorist hubs located in homes, mosques, UN facilities, schools, and perhaps most shockingly, hospitals. This is not an occasional tactic. It is an integrated, pre-planned, extensive and abhorrent method of warfare, purposely and methodically murdering civilians, firing rockets indiscriminately, systematically using civilians, sensitive sites and civilian objects as shields, stealing and hoarding humanitarian supplies, allowing those under its control to suffer so that it can fuel its fighters and terrorist campaign. The appalling suffering of civilians, both Israeli and Palestinian, is first and foremost the result of this despicable strategy. The horrible cost of Hamas not only failing to protect its civilians, but actively sacrificing them for its own propaganda and military benefit. And if Hamas abandons this strategy, releases the hostages, lays down its arms, the hostilities and suffering would end. Madam President, members of the Court, there are many distortions in the applicant's submission to the Court, but as shall be demonstrated by counsel, there is one that overshadows them all.
Oh.
In the applicant's telling, it is almost as if there is no intensive armed conflict taking place between two parties at all. No grave threat to Israel and its citizens. Only an Israeli assault on Gaza. The Court is told of widespread damage to buildings, but it is not told, for example, how many thousands of those buildings were destroyed because they were booby-trapped by Hamas. How many became legitimate targets because of the strategy of using civilian objects and protected sites for military purposes? How many buildings were struck by over 2,000 indiscriminate terrorist rockets that misfired and landed in Gaza itself?
2,000. Oh, God. 2,000. Oh. Are we getting rescued by the hotspot now? Barely. Now I think it's going to be quite slow for a minute, isn't it? Because it's at like 1,000 kbs, 500. Is this the hotspot intervening? Is this what it looks like? Zero? Okay. 1,000? The hotspot's doing its best. It's too weak. I know it's too weak. I expected that. Where the hotspot wouldn't let me go back to the fucking router. I don't know why. It wasn't finding my router until the hotspot got taken off. That's interesting. But hey. Dahlia, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate that. That's really nice of you. Back. think it was easier when I just tolerated the fucking brief Fs. Oh god. Yeah, the hotspot actually fucked me there. So that didn't work. It wasn't doing too hot. And then it couldn't even find, like my internet was green again, but then it couldn't find the original one. This was all caused by you not liking the stream. Are we done watching the trial? I mean, we kind of have to be. I can't stream like this. I mean, it's I'm persevering for sure, but it's not really it's not really worth it, is it? Must be pretty fucking infuriating for you guys as well. Mm. Hmm. Like that was internet stability. Like that's the big problem now. Still 400 strong. Oh well. Yeah, the hotspot solution is just not going to work if my fucking one more try. I mean, I don't know. The super chats are more generous now than they've been for like the last 10 streams, so that's one incentive to keep going. The fucking sympathy bucks from my disgusting connection. Oh god. On to the Houthis.
Remember
Well, we'll
the
just
Holodomor?
speedrun it. Trans rights crap, thanks for the sub. One last time into the breach. Yeah, well. The thing is, most of these internet providers are 24 hours, so after this stream, I can just devote the rest of my evening to fixing that shit. Because something has to change. This is unsustainable. The phone can't handle at 720p because the phone went to 0 as well. It can't handle it. It's not to do with my speed or anything. It's just to do with the fact that the router in there just keeps on crashing. It's nothing to do with like speed or anything.
The court is told of over 23,000 casualties.
Oh, but they're all Hamas. Go! Let's go.
Applicant repeats, as many have, unverified statistics.
I think Israel have currently claimed it's between like between 8 and 10,000 deaths now. So Hamas fighters. I thought they had like 30,000 fighters. That was the understanding before October 7th, but who knows?
Provided by Hamas itself. Hardly a reliable source.
William Wallace ass internet. Oh.
Every civilian casualty in this conflict is a human tragedy that demands our compassion. But the court is not told how many thousands of casualties are in fact militants. How many were killed by Hamas fire? How many were civilians taking direct part in hostilities? And just how many are the result of legitimate and proportionate use of force against military targets, even if tragic? And the court is also told...
What did your provider do? They just changed something on the outside. They just... because I think they have different, like a couple of different things that feed the internet into the house. I think they just changed it over. I have no idea what that means. Because I made changes here, first of all, none of those worked, and then they changed something on the outside. But it was something on the outside. I didn't do anything, so I don't know.
Of the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza. But it is not told of Hamas's practice of stealing and hoarding aid.
They turned on the fuck around switch. It is not told of the
extensive Israeli efforts to mitigate civilian harm.
Different yeah, something like
of the
that,
humanitarian initiatives being undertaken to enable the flow of supplies and provide medical attention to the wounded. The applicant purports to...
But I don't know how many times I have to hear a bunch of fucking useless idiots being like, set it to 20p. Just set it to 20. It's not the fucking problem. The problem is it keeps crashing to 0. As in like 0. Not like it's weak connection or anything. It goes to 0. It cuts.
Describe the reality in Gaza.
They always blame you.
It is as if Hamas and its total contempt for civilian life just do not exist as a direct cause of that reality. Hamas is widely estimated to have over 30,000 fighters.
Hey, 30,000 fighters.
And is known to bring minors no older than 15 or 16 into its ranks.
Uh-oh.
They are coming for us.
Peter
But in
jacketing.
South Africa's telling, they have all but disappeared. There are no explosives in mosques and schools and children's bedrooms, no ambulances used to transport fighters, no tunnels and terrorist hubs under sensitive sites, no fighters dressed as civilians, no commandeering of aid trucks, no firing from civilian homes, UN
this guy out of
facilities,
context.
and even safe zones. There is only Israel acting in Gaza. The applicant is essentially asking the court to substitute the lens of armed conflict between a state and a lawless terrorist organization with the lens of a so-called genocide of a state against a civilian population. But it is not offering the court a lens. It is offering it a blindfold.
Ooh.
Madam President, members of the court, the nightmarish environment created by Hamas has been concealed by the applicant, but it is the environment in which Israel is compelled to operate. Israel is committed, as it must be, to comply with the law, but it does so in the face of Hamas's utter contempt for the law. It is committed, as it must be, to demonstrate humanity, but it does so in the face of Hamas's utter inhumanity. As will be presented by Council, these commitments are a matter of express government policy, military directives and procedures. They are also an expression of Israel's core values. And, as shall also be shown, they are matched by genuine measures on the ground to mitigate civilian harm under the unprecedented and excruciating conditions of warfare created by Hamas. It is plainly inconceivable, under the terms set by this very court, that a state conducting itself in this way, in these circumstances, may be said to be engaged in genocide, not even prima facie. The key component of genocide, the intention to destroy a people in whole or in part, is totally lacking. What Israel seeks by operating in Gaza is not to destroy a people, but to protect a people, its people, who are under attack on multiple fronts, and to do so in accordance with the law, even as it faces a heartless enemy determined to use that very commitment against it.
Was your birthday recent? If so, I'm gifting again and probably super chatting as well. Depends on what you mean by recent. My birthday was in June. Christmas was in the 29th.
As will be detailed by Council, Israel's lawful aims in Gaza have been clearly and repeatedly articulated by its Prime Minister, its Defense Minister, and all
It's about as not recent as you can possibly get. And oh God. We're bang in the middle.
members of the War Cabinet. As the Prime Minister reiterated yet again this week,
Box Day was in December,
Israel
that's
is
true.
fighting Hamas terrorists, not the civilian population. Israel aims to ensure that Gaza can never again be used as a launch pad for terrorism. As the Prime Minister reaffirms, Israel seeks neither to permanently occupy Gaza or to displace its civilian population. It wants to create a better future for Israelis and Palestinians alike, where both can live in peace, thrive and prosper, and where the Palestinian people have all the power to govern themselves.
What are your thoughts so far? So far, he seems to just be setting the stage for an argument, because until like a few minutes ago, he didn't really start addressing anything. He just said, you know, October 7th, and all, that's why we're attacking Gaza. But that's when, like, even the South African guy, like the guy at the very end, the English dude, he even said that, like, they condemned October 7th and that Israel had a right to defend itself, but it's the way that they're doing it that they consider to be genocidal. So they're going to need to, at some point, address the quotes argument and the arguments about, like, munitions and aid. I guess that's probably the main things that they could address. Yeah.
But not the capacity to threaten.
Taj, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my God, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's so generous of you. Wow. You guys taking me through this difficult time.
Israel. If there is a threat to that vision, if there is a humanitarian threat to the Palestinian civilians of Gaza, it stems primarily from the fact that they have lived under the control of a genocidal terrorist organization.
Happy birthday in June.
Thank you so much, Dahlia, for the $10. I'll remember that in June.
That has total disregard for their life and well-being. That organization, Hamas, and its sponsors seek to deny Israel, Palestinians, and Arab states across the region the ability to advance a common future of peace, coexistence, security, and prosperity. Israel is in a war of defense against Hamas, not against the Palestinian people, to ensure that they do not succeed. In these circumstances, there can hardly be a charge more false and more malevolent than the allegation against Israel of genocide. The applicant has regrettably engaged in a transparent attempt to abuse the Convention's compulsory jurisdiction mechanism, and in particular, the provisional measures phase of proceedings, to bring under the purview of the court.
So the crashes last about just a bit over 60 seconds, eh? Okay. You know what? If we're going to saturate this content, let's just go. Nothing ever happened, chat. Nothing happened.
Genocide can be so diminished in the way that it advocates. If provisional measures can be triggered in the way that it suggests, the Convention becomes an aggressor's charter. It will reward, indeed encourage, the terrorists who hide behind civilians at the expense of the states seeking to defend against them. To maintain the integrity of the Genocide Convention, to maintain its promise, and the court's own role as its guardian, it is respectfully submitted that the application and request should be dismissed for what they are, a libel designed to deny Israel the right to defend itself.
You know what? At least that means I can just take like 60 seconds to do my stretches. I can do that. I can just get up and stretch every time it chats, and every time it freezes, and you guys should do it too. Improve your physical health. You know, fuck it. Make the most of it. Tim R, thanks for the $10. Thanks for at least attempting to keep the stream going, Lornabox. Also, happy halfway birthday. Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And RMan916 for the $4.99. I work in networking. Your symptoms follow incompetent throttling. Reducing quality or downloading this video may help. Hope you find a competent ISP. Interesting. Does that I don't think that explains why the router keeps crashing though, right? Because it was doing it when I was playing chess as well, off stream, and that's not like, huh. I don't think the router itself would crash if it was because of downloading, right? Would it? I don't know. I don't know how it works. Yeah.
According to the law, from the unprecedented terrorist onslaught it continues to face, and to free the 136 hostages Hamas still holds. I thank you for your kind attention. May I ask, Madam President, that you call Professor Shaw to the podium.
I thank the co-agent of Israel for his statement, and I now invite Professor Malcolm Shah to take the floor. You have the floor, Professor Shah.
Madam President and members of the Court, it is a great honour to appear before you again and a privilege to appear on behalf of the State of Israel. It is my task.
This is their obligatory Englishman. The South Africans had an ancient Englishman, and now they've got one as well. Oh no. They thought of everything.
Giving for wonky stream support and also 'cause my birthday is in June too. Happy birthday, Elmung.
Oh, thank you so much for the $20, Taj. I really appreciate that. That is so damn generous. My God, you guys keeping me listen. You know, it's been a difficult stream, but you guys are keeping me chugging through it, and I love the fact that you all keep coming back as well. That like we lose 500 viewers and they all come back in like 2 minutes. Couldn't be happier, you know. Couldn't be happy. I mean, I could be. The fucking internet could be working, but yeah.
Today, to address the issues falling within the general categories of prima facie jurisdiction and the preservation of alleged rights sought to be protected. However, I would like first to make a preliminary comment about the key question of context, which constitutes the framework for the consideration of this request for the grant of provisional measures. South Africa casts its net widely. In its application, it uses the word context many times. In particular, it declares that it is important to place the acts of genocide in the broader context of Israel's conduct towards the Palestinians during its 75-year-long apartheid. Leaving aside the outrageous nature of that statement, why stop at 75 years? Why not refer to 1922 and the approval by the Council of the League of Nations of the British Mandate? Or 1917, the proclamation of the Balfour Declaration? Maybe also include the entry into the land of Israel of the Israelite tribes some 3,500 years ago.
Ooh, we're doing history debaters.
No.
Ooh. No.
The immediate and proximate context for the specific allegations of genocide claimed by South Africa lies in the events of the 7th of October,
Loner box.
when Hamas militants and other armed groups...
Olab, thanks for the £5. ISP throttling likely not the case. It's most likely the router. Go buy a new one or request a new one from the ISP depending on your setup. This is my new one. My old one did the same thing. This is also the new one, so it's not that one. But thank you. I appreciate you guys keep going. I think it's to do with an outside connection or just the. That's why I don't think getting a new internet will help. Because I think it's something to do with the outside, but I don't know. But yeah.
Groups and individuals stormed into the internationally recognized sovereign territory of Israel and committed acts of barely credible atrocity. It was these events that truly constitute the real context for South Africa's allegations. Indeed, such acts may be seen as the real genocide in this situation. As the President of the European Commission put it on the 19th of October, there was no limit to the blood Hamas terrorists wanted to spill. They went home by home. They burned people alive. They mutilated children and even babies. Why? Because they were Jews. Because they were living in the state of Israel. And Hamas's explicit goal is to eradicate Jewish life from the Holy Land. These terrorists, supported by their friends in Tehran, will never stop. And so Israel has the right to defend itself in line with humanitarian law. Of course, these atrocities do not justify violations of the law.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I didn't even need to refresh the chat thing. Wow. Absolutely crazy chat. Look at you guys go. There we are. Toddly76, thanks for the £5. The Houthis are attacking Scottish internet. They might very well be, actually. Seems like a coordinated assault.
Size of the legitimate and inherent right of a state to defend itself, as enshrined in the UN Charter and under customary international law. To put an end to the continuing attacks against it and to prevent them from succeeding. A threat that has been made explicitly by Hamas and repeated, and it is thus real and imminent. This context is critical, for it shows that the true nature of the situation as it has unfolded particularly the 7th of October,
Loanerbox,
is that of
you
an armed
smarmy
conflict.
cuck bastard.
A heavily armed militia and its allies precipitated egregious hostilities, and the consequences lie everywhere. The point is this: armed conflict, even when fully justified and conducted lawfully, is brutal and costs lives, particularly when the militia in question specifically targets civilians and civilian facilities, and when it is patently unconcerned about causing civilian casualties on its own side. The conflict is also regulated by law, the rules and principles of international humanitarian law under the Hague Regulations, the Geneva Conventions of 1949, and customary international law. These are well developed and applicable.
I'm pretty sure like an actual judge's wig is like $2.5 grand, isn't it? Like if I go to churchillgowns.com, a judge's the bigger one is £2,500. They're not cheap. What if you get a smaller one? That's as small as it goes. What's the bigger one? Yeah, they're... What are they made out of? That's a cat scratcher. What the fuck was that noise? Oh, is someone trying to chat with me on the thing? Okay, wow.
And are fully respected by Israel.
But just, yeah, people were asking, you can buy one. Yeah, you can.
Rules cover permitted activities under international humanitarian law, where civilian damage and loss, always to be regretted, are caused in the legitimate pursuit of military objectives through to the violation of the law, being grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions and up to war crimes and crimes against humanity. However, the only category before this court is genocide. Not every conflict is genocidal. The crime of genocide in international law and under
it's such a good argument as well, because I feel like if you wanted to make a case for war crimes, you could do the same thing in the same court and it would be really, I think it would be quite easy. It would be easy to at least get something like to show that there's merit. And I only know that from a few articles that I've read of like legal analysis of like Israel's levels of collateral damage for their strikes. Like, I don't know, but yeah, this guy just saying that like, why the fuck did you bring genocide to the court? Like the hardest one to prove. Unless you had like an incredibly compelling case, which again is just like,
you smarmy cuck bastard.
Just got back from the hospital after the birth of my first kid. Tradition dictates that I now have to buy drinks for all of my favorite people, so here's your drink, Monsieur Loanerbox.
my God. Congratulations, Van Adam. Wow. I really appreciate the 10 euros. God damn. Nice. You know what that means, chat? You know what that means? It means a Loanerbox viewer has had sex. I'm sorry. Anyway, congratulations. No, I'm really happy for you. I hope you and the family are resting well. Anyway.
The Genocide Convention in international law is a uniquely malicious manifestation. It stands alone amongst the violations of international law as the epitome and zenith of evil. It has been described correctly as the crime of crimes, the ultimate in wickedness. Indeed, the court itself emphasised in its order of the 2nd of June 1999 that the threat or use of force cannot in itself constitute an act of genocide within the meaning of Article 2 of the Geneva Convention, and particularly instant bombing, as lacking the element of intent in the circumstances. To put it another way, if claims of genocide were to become the common currency of armed conflict, whenever and wherever that occurred, the essence of this crime would be diluted and lost. I turn now to the question of the prima facie jurisdiction
Diluted. Oh,
of the
no.
court in the matter before us.
Not the oh, prima facie. Let's go.
Article 9 of the Genocide Convention, to which both states are parties without reservation, makes the court's jurisdiction conditional on the existence of a dispute relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfilment of the Convention. And the relevant date for determining the existence of such a dispute is the date on which the application is submitted to the court. Whether or not a dispute in these terms exists at the time of the filing of the application is a matter for objective determination by the court. It is a matter of substance and not a question of form or procedure. The court will take into account, in particular, any statements or documents exchanged between the parties, as well as any exchanges made in multilateral settings, the court has said. The key point here is the use of the term exchange between the parties. Unilateral assertion does not suffice. There needs to be some element of engagement between the parties. The element of interchange and bilateral interaction is required. A dispute is a reciprocal phenomenon. This point has been consistently noted by the court. For example, the court reaffirmed in the Myanmar case the view that it had expressed earlier, that in order for a dispute in the sense of Article 9 to exist, it must be shown that the claim of one party...
The Dark Canuck, thanks for the 2 Canadian 79. I really appreciate that. It's Canadian, sorry, friend. Oh, true.
...is positively opposed by the other. The court further referred in the Marshall Islands cases to the need that the respondent should not be deprived of the opportunity to react before the institution of proceedings to the claim made against its own conduct. Where a state makes an assertion concerning the conduct of another state, it must thus give the latter a reasonable opportunity to respond before resorting to litigation, particularly in a matter of such severity as an accusation of genocide, and particularly before a court of this standing, and it behoves that state to provide supporting evidence of some credibility. Here, South Africa cites only a couple of general public statements by Israel, referencing merely a press report by Reuters and a publicity release from the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. These responses were not addressed directly or even indirectly to South Africa. There is no evidence of positive opposition as required by the court. Further, South Africa cites no relevant exchange between the parties, which would be the normal fashion for the expression and determination of a dispute between states. This actually typifies how South Africa has approached this matter. It seems to believe that it does not take two to tango. It is sufficient if one state determines there is
the British phrases. Oh, God.
Dispute, leaving the other party flummoxed. Professor Dugard explains that South Africa had voiced its concerns in the Security Council and in public statements, and had further referred the matter to the International Criminal Court. At that point, he says, it became clear there was a serious dispute between the two states. The court has emphasised that in the case of statements made by one state in a multilateral forum, the court must give particular attention, inter alia, to the content of a party statement and to the identity of the intended addressees in order to determine whether that statement, together with any reaction thereto, show that the parties before it held clearly opposite views. South Africa's actions were insufficient. Indeed, in the Marshall Islands cases, the court, referring specifically to a statement made at a conference, noted that it did not call for a specific reaction by the UK, and thus no opposition of views can be inferred from the absence of any such reaction. Specific reaction. It is thus disingenuous for Professor Dugard to conclude that Israel must have been aware from South Africa's public statements, démarche and referral to the ICC of Israel's genocidal acts, that a dispute existed between the two states. This is not a dispute, it is a unispute, a one-sided clapping of hands.
A unispute.
Professor Dugard perhaps tries to retrieve the situation by declaring that special considerations apply to the existence of disputes concerning Article 9, without telling us what those conditions could possibly be. We come now to the rather bizarre story of the exchange of note verbal. Professor Dugard would have us believe that such exchanges are merely a matter of courtesy of little real consequence. This is not the normal understanding of such notes and their importance in international relations, but he says this for a reason, as we shall see. South Africa instituted proceedings against Israel on the 29th of December. In its long recital, the application notes that on the 21st of December, South Africa sent a note verbal to Israel, raising its concerns about genocide in Gaza. The application further states that Israel has not responded directly to South Africa's note verbal. This is incorrect. Israel did indeed respond that very day, informing South Africa that the note verbal has been forwarded to Capital and that a response was expected shortly. South Africa confirmed the next day that it had received the message. On the 26th of December, the Director General of Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs proposed to his counterpart in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa by text to schedule a meeting at his earliest convenience in order to discuss the issues raised. On the 27th of December, the embassy sent to South Africa by email a note verbal suggesting a meeting of respective Directors General at the earliest convenience in order to discuss the issues raised. An attempt by the embassy to hand-deliver the note was refused due to a national holiday, and the South African Department of International Relations specifically advised the embassy on the 28th of December to hand-deliver the note on the 2nd of January. The application was instituted on the 29th of December. This was an attempt by the State of Israel, in good faith, to open a dialogue and discuss South Africa's concerns. However, not only was this ignored at the relevant time, but South Africa proceeded to institute proceedings the following day and declared in its application that no reply had been received to its note verbal, which was patently not the case. Perhaps realizing the effect of this, South Africa, with some haste, sent a note verbal on the 4th of January, which essentially just repeated the contents of the note of the 21st of December, but it explained the following day in a letter to the registrar that the Israeli note had not been received by the appropriate team. Israel has proof of receipt. It also stated that the dispute is plainly not capable of resolution by way of a bilateral meeting. Nevertheless, it suggested to hold a meeting the next morning. Israel replied the next morning, expressing surprise that South Africa had instituted proceedings without taking up a sincerely made offer to hold consultations, and conveying its wish for discussions to be held following the close of these oral hearings. South Africa, in a note dated the 10th of January, summarily and surprisingly, in the circumstances, said there was no point in such a meeting. Curious indeed. South Africa decided unilaterally that a dispute existed, irrespective of Israel's conciliatory and friendly response since repeated. Perhaps had South Africa taken up this offer, at the time proffered as a result of its own note, the parties may have decided there was no dispute as such to place before the court under the Genocide Convention, and that South Africa's expressed concerns over the genocide allegation would have been assuaged. We may never know. South Africa's precipitate institution of proceedings foreclosed that option. It's a point worth underlining. South Africa did not give Israel a reasonable opportunity to engage with it on the matters under consideration before filing its, no doubt, long-prepared application.
Oh, so they say it was a legal dispute between South Africa and Israel for the court, but the problem is that my understanding of trying to follow this guy is that Israel actually responded to South Africa saying that they can answer the allegations and like contextualize over and all that, and then actually see if there actually is a dispute. But South Africa seems to have ignored Israel saying that, and then just took it straight to the ICJ, and maybe lied about so. Which can suggest two things. One is that South Africa has decided that the situation is way too dire for all this legal mumbo jumbo, this Mickey Mouse bullshit, or South Africa is bringing this case forward in bad faith to get international attention. It's like those are the two potential things.
One wonders whether South Africa, at the very last moment, suddenly realised that it needed to show the existence of a dispute under the terms of the Genocide Convention.
Do you need to coordinate with the opposing party before filing a case? If you call it a dispute, I think so, don't you? Because you have to know what the dispute is. If Maruzzi wants to, because I know she's maybe listening, but that's what I think.
And proceeded to hastily formulate and dispatch a flurry of notes. The court can grant orders for provisional measures only where the provisions relied upon by the applicant appear prima facie to afford a basis on which its jurisdiction could be founded, although it need not satisfy in itself in a definitive manner that it has jurisdiction as regards the merits of the case. It's not an easy matter to determine whether a prima facie case exists. It rests between full proof and complete absence of proof, and is intended to ensure that the court functions effectively and efficiently, but there has to be something tangible in terms of the provisions in question. The provisional measures procedure is a complex instrument in that the court has to decide upon the basis of certain assumptions which may or may not be disproved at a later stage of the proceedings. This is particularly difficult in such an egregious matter as an allegation of
When does the court decide how to proceed? We don't know. There's no time limit. As for a verdict and whether or not there's a genocide, that'll take them years, most likely, based on previous cases. That'll take years. For them to decide whether or not South Africa has a case and whether or not they can invoke preliminary measures to interim measures, which would be calling for Israel to suspend the campaign in Gaza, that could come quickly. Because the more compelling the court finds South Africa's case, and if they think there are merits in it and it's worth taking forward, then obviously it would be in their interest to move quickly on suspending the military campaign, because the ICJ doesn't want to be the people who dithered for 6 months on a case that they found was had a good chance of being genocidal, right? Yeah.
Genocide were understood by the Excuse me. Right, I've lost a page.
Hey, Beta.
Okay.
He misspoke.
Well, the standard of proof at the merit stage is high.
Oh my, laughing about an ongoing genocide. Oh my God. Wow.
The court having made it clear that claims against a state involving charges of exceptional gravity
Minus
must be
10 points
proved by
from
evidence
Gryffindor,
that
yeah.
is fully conclusive. That is not the case, of course, at the provisional measures stage, but it's also not negligible. The court is asked to grant, in this case, a number of measures that in effect assume that the party in question is committing genocide. As Mr. Staker will show later this morning, mud is
He lost that page like the British Empire lost their colonies. Hey.
thrown at a stage before conclusive proof, and it may stick even if the accusation is comprehensively disproved at the merits phase, as we expect. A serious political and security price may be paid by the grantee of such measures, even though it may later be shown to be completely unwarranted. This must surely require that the court acts with caution and understanding, particularly in evaluating the components of the allegation in law. Provisional measures are intended to constitute a shield and not a sword, to preserve, not undermine, rights. We have shown that one element of Article 9, that of the need to demonstrate the existence of a dispute, as understood by the court in the light of its case law, is lacking. The second element concerns the question as to whether the act complained of by the applicant can be seen as falling within the provisions of the Convention. The court has noted that only at the merit stage can it be determined whether the provisions in question of the Convention have been violated. To accomplish this, the necessary specific intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial or religious group as such has to be proved. However, this cannot be read as a complete rejection of consideration of the intent criterion for current purposes. The court in the Myanmar case noted that a finding of violations at the merit stage notably depends on the existence of intent, notably, not exclusively. Myanmar is not a ruling that intent is irrelevant in a consideration of prima facie jurisdiction. It is a ruling that, in conclusion, as to whether or not violations have actually occurred, is a matter for the merits which notably depends on an assessment of intent. This clearly leaves open the possibility.
How did they prove intent in the Myanmar case at the beginning? Anyone know? Prima facie.
That intent is indeed a factor in determining prima facie jurisdiction in provisional measures proceedings. This also comports with the logic of the situation. The Act's elements of the definition of genocide are...
Here. Maybe this? General considerations on provisional measures. In the present case, Myanmar had submitted that a plausible claim under the Genocide Convention must include evidence of the required specific genocidal intent, as it is the critical element distinguishing genocide from other violations of international law, such as crime against humanity and war crimes. In particular, argue that it could be plausible that the existence of genocidal intent is the only inference that can be drawn from the acts alleged and the evidence submitted by the applicant. The Gambia submitted that based on the evidence and material placed before the court, the acts of which it is complains are capable of being characterized at least plausibly as genocidal. With respect to specific genocidal intent, the Gambia insisted that the court at this stage should not be required to ascertain its existence as only the only plausible inference. Okay. Do they show you what it was, though? Without analysis or discussion, briefly stated in this view, the Rohingya in Myanmar appeared to constitute a protected group, refused to enter into the determination of the existence of a genocidal intent, rejecting Myanmar's argument that the exceptional gravity of the allegations. Oh, so they only had to show that it was plausible, not that it was that. Yeah, okay. They had to. So for the interim measures, they had to show that it was plausible. Standard of evidence is fully conclusive. Croatia, Serbia, Bosnia, Serbia. Okay. The factors allowing the inference of genocidal intent were present. Heavily on reports of the FFM in its submission, their probative value in deciding whether to order provisional measures was expected to be a point of interest. The court did not explicitly discuss the probative value of the FFM reports, but despite Myanmar's attempts to attack their credibility, it relied heavily on them in its assessment of plausibility of the Gambia's claims. It can be expected that the probative value of the FFM reports will be further addressed at the merit stage, where the standard is met as higher. The establishment of facts supporting the Gambia's claims regarding the commission of acts of genocide and the specific intent to destroy will certainly require more than reliance on evidence that has not been obtained or tested through an adversarial court-right process. Isn't that different from what the guy was saying, though? What was the guy saying about intent and prima facie? I thought he was saying
are listed in Article 2, and finding of violations at the merit stage notably depends on the existence of intent, notably, not exclusively. Myanmar is not a ruling that intent is irrelevant in a consideration of prima facie jurisdiction.
Not irrelevant.
It is a ruling that in conclusion as to whether or not violations have actually occurred is a matter for the merits which notably depends on an assessment of intent. This clearly leaves open the possibility that intent is indeed a factor in determining prima facie jurisdiction in provisional measures proceedings.
So they have to, no, he's saying, what he's saying is right, that's what we read then. I thought he was saying that, did South Africa say that intent was irrelevant until the merit stage then? That like, but I don't know. I know what this guy's saying now. He's saying that before the merit stage, they do need to show that intent is a plausible theory. Okay.
This also comports with the logic of the situation. The acts element of the definition of...
Will you cover the Mama Max allegations? Don't know who that is? Don't care. Watch Chud Logic if you want to learn about that. Chud Logic is covering that, and I'm sure you'll get all the details and all the spice. Go over it.
Genocide are listed in Article 2, and for present purposes, there is no need to go
through. Oh, he's covering... Did Nick is Not Green make another apology? How many has that guy done now? How many apologies has Nick is Not Green made for the fucking hit piece against Super Mega? Didn't he fall out with the lady that he was defending in that whole situation? I don't even know. I don't know this story at all. But I know that he suffered for it. I know that he got called TF out. Oh, God. All right.
Through them. The issue is this. What determines the existence of the crime of genocide is the intention to destroy, in whole or in part, a particular group as such.
SA's argument is that it only needs to be plausible. Isn't that what he's saying as well? But it sounds like someone's been wrong about something here. Maybe it's this guy. Maybe this guy.
That is what distinguishes genocide from other international law crimes, such as war crimes or crimes against humanity.
Unless this, what am I reading here? I'm reading just global justice, so this might just be an opinion. Oh. I don't know.
To consider the act alone as listed in Article 2.
Oh, it was here, wasn't? Let's see the top. Sorry, let's just go from the top. On January 23rd, 2020, the case of Gambia versus Myanmar, the International Court of Justice unanimously ordered provisional measures on the basis of the Genocide Convention to protect the Rohingya from acts of genocide and safeguard the evidence. This order arrives in the midst of a heated social-political context in Myanmar, whereas the Rohingya have been victims of appalling human rights violations for decades and have been repeatedly described as the most persecuted minority in the world. The Myanmar government has consistently denied the allegations here, and here. A few days before the ICJ order, Myanmar released the report of its Independent Commission of Inquiry, which found no genocidal intent. Its official reaction to the ICJ order came as no surprise, further denying the existence of a genocide, okay? But it seems like part of the prima facie was showing that intent was plausible. The Gambia submitted. Oh, this is what Gambia said. The court should not be required to ascertain its existence as the only plausible inference. Yeah. They submitted a plausible claim. It argued that. So what did the court actually say about this? Did the court say that it was more than plausible? Because there's a difference between it being plausible, which it can easily be, and it being the only plausible inference, which is not as easy to be. Yeah, okay. Without elaborating on the meaning of plausibility, the court seems to have adopted a fairly low threshold to grant provisional measures. It agreed with the Gambia that the rights it claimed under the Genocide Convention and for which it sought protection were plausible. Interestingly, on the two critical constitutive elements of genocide, namely the existence of a protected group and the specific intent, the court was remarkably succinct. Without analysis or discussion, it briefly stated that in its view, the Rohingya in Myanmar appeared to constitute a protected group. It refused to enter into the determination of the existence of a genocidal intent, rejecting Myanmar's argument that the exceptional gravity of the allegations was that they rejected, okay? We agree that a definite determination of the constitutive elements of genocide was not required. It seems that the court shied away from any analysis whatsoever of the plausibility of the existence of genocidal intent based on the material submitted. So they just said it was plausible without elaborating, because, yeah, obviously there's going to be that spectrum between plausible and the only plausible inference. Okay, that's interesting. It would be interesting to know exactly what the claim was from Gambia and how plausible it was compared to the Israeli one. The establishment of facts supporting Gambia's claims regarding the commission of acts of intent. Okay. Low plausibility standard. So this is the precedent that's scaring Israel a little bit, is that the plausibility standard for intent doesn't need to be that high. Yeah. All right.
With no reference at all to the intent criterion is thus to denude the crime.
Well, that was really quick. Well done, chat. We survived. We managed. We absolutely smashed it, chat. Go away. Bring the new one. Watch them go. Hey. All right, well done, chat. Well done.
It is indeed a difficult balance for the court. The court has stated that what is required at this stage is to establish whether the acts complained of are capable of falling within the provisions of the Genocide Convention. But the acts complained of may only be capable of falling within the provisions of the Genocide Convention if the intent is present. Otherwise, such acts cannot constitute genocide. The factor intent colours the whole question of Article 2 acts. In other words, that there is prima facie evidence that the acts that may fall within the Convention, necessarily importing the intent element, have been established as such. South Africa accepts the need to demonstrate intent. It referred to the concept of specific intent in its application, both generally and in the specific context of its discussion of the Court's prima facie jurisdiction in provisional measures proceedings. Indeed, South Africa placed a considerable emphasis upon intent in its pleadings yesterday by Ms. Hassim. Mr. Kaitobi devoted his whole pleading to this requirement. As far as the acts are concerned in this case, there is little beyond random assertions to demonstrate that Israel has or has had the specific intent to destroy, in whole or in part, the Palestinian people as such. The intention, faced with the 7th of October atrocities and the continuing rocket fire and incarceration of the hostages on the part of Israel to act in order to defend itself so as to terminate the threats against it and rescue the hostages, certainly exists. The intent to deal with the armed militants of Hamas and other such groups is undeniable. Were it the case, which we deny, that Israeli forces have transgressed some of the rules of conflict, then the matter will be tackled at the appropriate time by Israel's robust and independent legal system. But that is not the intent to destroy all or part of a people as such. Israel's actions in restricting its targeting practices to attack military personnel or objectives in accordance with international humanitarian law in a proportionate manner in each case, as well as its practice of mitigating civilian harm, such as by force, leafleting, and so forth.
Oh, that was an F from them.
Coupled with the facilitation of humanitarian assistance, all demonstrate the precise opposite of any possible genocidal intent. South Africa, in seeking to discover the necessary intent,
Comrade Amatrine in the Twitch chat. This sounds like IDF propaganda. That's a pretty good failsafe to have. It's a pretty good, like, instant response to any fucking what? Is that what the IDF do in their propaganda? They're constantly making, like, technical legal arguments? Because that's what the guy's doing now. Okay. Sounds more like a JDAM to me, but yeah.
Presents a distorted picture. It misunderstands the nature and provenance of certain comments made by some Israeli politicians. Let me try and explain the big picture. Israel possesses a clear and effective structure of authority with regard to governmental decision. The war against Hamas is managed on behalf of the government.
Left Twitter is breaking out into war right now. Oh, God. That's phase 2 of this stream.
By two central organs, the Ministerial Committee on National Security Affairs and the War... Excuse me.
Bro, this guy is falling apart at the seams. What the fuck?
And the War Cabinet, the latter established for the purpose of managing the war by the former. These bodies make the relevant decisions regarding the war's conduct, and according to Israeli law, the decisions of the government and its committees obligate the ministers of the government in accordance with the principle of collective responsibility. It is the collective decisions of these bodies which are the binding provisions in question. The Prime Minister stands at the head of these organs.
If you guys have lefty Twitter war memes on the Houthis, then drop them all in stream content suggestions, okay? I'll gather them together, okay?
Decides on the agenda of their meetings, steers their activity, and summarises the meetings and the instructions issued therein. To make it clear, in order to determine the policy and intentions of the government of Israel, It is necessary to examine the decisions of the Ministerial Committee on National Security Affairs and the War Cabinet, and to examine whether the particular comments expressed conform or not with the policies and decisions made. Thus, to produce random quotes that are not in conformity with government policy, produced as describing, is misleading at best. Such as the statement by the Minister of Heritage, for example, who is completely outside the policy and decision-making.
See, Kovazine sent me this meme, which is all fine and good, but you sent it to me on fucking Stream Chat. Stream Chat is more saturated in the Discord than the stream content suggestion, so I can't compile tweets as easily, but wow. Thank you.
Process in the war. In any event, his statement was immediately repudiated by members of the War Cabinet and other ministers, including the Prime Minister.
He's still doing it. Look at this.
In tab 1A of the volume which Israel has submitted to the court, one may find numerous excerpts from internal cabinet decisions that attest to Israel's true intent throughout this war.
They're leaking docs.
Finds the instructions from the Prime Minister in a meeting of the Ministerial Committee on...
Wait, have they... This is... If it's internal cabinet stuff, does this stuff get published or is this stuff that he's leaking? I think internal cabinet stuff does get leaked sometimes or get released sometimes. Oh. Israel internal cabinet minutes. Declassifies cabinet meetings, but this is from like... In the end of August last year, they declassified cabinet meetings from 1993. Oh. Damn, let's go. Self-leaking. Maybe.
National Security Affairs from the 29th of October, stating the following. 1. The Prime Minister stated time and again, we must prevent a humanitarian disaster. 2. The Prime Minister indicated the possible sorts of solutions that will ensure required supply of water, food and medicine, increasing the amount of trucks entering with the necessary inspections. 3. Promoting the construction of field hospitals in the south of the Gaza Strip. To re-emphasise, this is a directive to authorities, nothing less.
Are field hospitals for IDF, though? I thought field hospitals were for soldiers. Are they talking about field hospitals for Gazans? Those. December 2023. Oh, this has been public for a while. I don't know why I didn't read this before. Oh, it's fucking Reuters. Reuters are going to fuck with me because they're on paywall removable. Oh, that's fine. Okay. I thought their paywall had grown more powerful. Who set up this field hospital? Oh, it's not Israel set. It's talking to agencies about. Oh, okay. So that would be for Gazans. Okay, not Israel building field hospitals for Gazans to go into. That would be weird. All right. There would probably be a lot of difficulties with doing. I don't think that many Gazans want to get treated by Israeli doctors. I don't think Israel wants to do that either. Yeah. Fuck. Okay.
Tab 1A contains a considerable number of similar directives, emphasising the need to avoid harm to civilians and facilitate humanitarian aid. Genocidal intent? Let me turn to the IDF.
Uh-oh. This sounds like IDF propaganda.
This, like every army, is a hierarchical body that operates by way of orders from superiors and is headed by the Chief of the General Staff. Remarks or actions of a soldier do not and cannot reflect policy
Oh.
In tab 1B, one may find a daily operational directive, which I understand is repeated day by day, issued by the Operations Directorate of the IDF, stating that attacks will be solely directed towards military targets while adhering to the principles of distinction, proportionality, and the obligation taking precautions in attacks in order to reduce collateral damage. This is a directive that binds all IDF forces. It continues by stating that the laws of armed conflict allow destruction to civilian property only when there is a military necessity to do so, and prohibit harm to property for deterrence purposes only, or for the purpose of punishment, individual or collective. It emphasises that it is necessary to treat enemy civilians with respect. They should not be treated in a humiliating manner, and civilians should not be used for the purpose of performing activities that might put them under risk to their life or their body. This is a mandatory instruction effective.
I missed that completely. Sorry, what?
Punishment, individual or collective. It emphasises that it is necessary to treat enemy civilians with respect. They should not be treated in a humiliating manner, and civilians should not be used for the purpose of performing activities that might put them under risk to their life or their body. This is a mandatory instruction effective since the start of the war. Tab 1B contains many similar provisions, which are themselves...
This, like, I'm not believing this unless it's like a fucking, unless someone has like a Wayback Machine of it. Like, if you want to archive this and send it to me, then like, it's not surprising, but anyway. What did I say? I literally joked about people demanding Hamas rape pornography. It's like, okay. Okay. Zach Wilty, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that. I'll just let the TTS read it. Sorry. Whoops. Okay. I feel like an argument that can be made against what he's saying here is that, yeah, maybe the orders are saying that, but that's not really negating the fact that your people in your government are saying that everyone in Gaza is guilty, and that just because a policy isn't in place, that doesn't mean you are not fostering an atmosphere and an understanding of abuse of Gazan civilians that would make people feel emboldened to go against their obligations. That could be the argument, but that's not an argument for genocide. That's nothing to, that argument does not work for claims of genocide. That argument would work if they had brought allegations of, like, I guess, war crimes or like improper, yeah. So
bastard.
it's not really
Sympathy bucks for better internet incoming.
Thanks very much, Zach. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. They fucked themselves. Why not? Because the whole point of genocide is that it stands out in that you need special intent. You need premeditation, you need policy, you need a plan. Not there's an argument that policies themselves aren't being enforced. That's not for that's not that's not for genocide though. I don't know. Like yeah, this is what happens when you don't read the fucking law or the details about it. Ugh.
Only an illustration of many...
I mean, it could be that there's a secret policy, you know, that they haven't uncovered, but you know.
Such directives, orders and procedures. Further on, the 28th of October, the Prime Minister...
It could be if it's deliberately unenforced. Is there precedent for that? Is there precedent for a government giving orders to their soldiers saying, don't do this thing, but then the soldiers do it and the government's just like not prosecuting it? Is that not like reprimanding people? What's the precedent for that? Menachem Begin? What? I'm talking about for a successful conviction of genocide, like not, or for one that's recognized as one. Ugh.
Publicly declared that the IDF is doing everything possible to avoid harming those not involved. But on the 18th of November, he declared that, first of all, and above all else, Israel acts according to the laws of war. This is how our
An Opposites Day initiative.
army works. The Minister of Defence publicly stated it on the 29th of October that we are not fighting the Palestinian multitude and the Palestinian people in Gaza, and declared on the 13th of November that our war is against the Hamas terrorist organisation, not the people of Gaza. Again, the President of Israel declared on the 12th of October that we are working, operating militarily according to rules of international law, period, unequivocally. We have collated numerous such statements by the President, by the Prime Minister, by the Minister of Defence, by the IDF spokesperson and others in tab 2 of our volume. Since this is such a critical part of South Africa's thesis, permit me to refer to 2 further statements by the Prime Minister. I start with the most recent, 10th of January. Israel has no intention of permanently occupying Gaza or displacing its civilian population. Israel is fighting Hamas terrorists, not the Palestinian population, and we are doing so in full compliance with international law. The IDF is doing its utmost to minimise civilian casualties, but Hamas is doing its utmost to maximise them by using Palestinian civilians as...
Is there evidence of those claims happening broadly in the IDF or only in certain battalions and factions? I don't think there's broad evidence of it, no. I don't know, though. I don't think so.
...human shields. The IDF urges Palestinian civilians to leave war zones by disseminating leaflets, making phone calls, providing safe passage corridors, while Hamas prevents Palestinians from leaving at gunpoint and often with gunfire. Our goal is to rid Gaza of Hamas terrorists and free our hostages. Once this is achieved, Gaza can be demilitarized and de-radicalized, thereby creating a possibility for a better future for Israel and Palestinians alike. On 23rd of November, Prime Minister Netanyahu declared that any civilian death is a tragedy, anyone. And to avoid them, what you do is first you try and get the civilian out of harm's way. And that's exactly what we did. There are many more of the same. Any careful review of the official and binding policy decisions made by the relevant authorities in Israel since the outbreak of the war clearly evidence that such decisions lack any genocidal intent. The contrary is true.
Uh-oh.
They are indicative of the consistent and relentless commitment of Israeli relevant authorities to...
Why didn't SA use the settler example of people knowingly violating it? It's nothing to do with genocide. It's just, again, it's a different legal case that South Africa decided not to bring. I'm telling you, South Africa decided to bring the hardest thing to prove. They've gone for fucking... They've decided to play on insane mode. That's what they're doing, okay?
mitigate civilian...
Gotcha, sorry. You don't need to apologize. What the fuck? So they're stupid? No, I think they have good reasons to do it, but it might be like, I don't know if it's cynical or it's because they know that precedent with Myanmar might allow them to get interim measures without a very strong case. Maybe there's that too. I don't know.
Harm and alleviate civilian suffering in Gaza. Some of the comments to which South Africa refers are clearly rhetorical, made in the immediate aftermath of an event which severely traumatized...
Can't SA only go for genocide? No. They can go for war crimes or crimes against humanity or crime of aggression. Yeah, they can go for... There's lots of crimes that you can... I think there's like 4 main ones that you can bring for this kind of shit.
Israel but which cannot be seen as demanding genocide. They express anguish.
I love it. I can't wait to get onto this moment. Like, apparently this is the Houthis taking out an American vessel, but it's actually a ship that's being used for target practice near Hawaii in 2013. Oh no. The fucking opioid epidemic. It's going to be extreme, you guys. Oh shit.
And the necessity to restore control over Israel's own territory under severe threat and safety to its citizens. As Judge Tomka has noted, sometimes statements are made which are nothing more than a part of the recent wartime rhetoric, intending to put the blame and shame.
What's the follow-up, Cope? Daily Mail, probably. Okay. So they got community noted, and then they followed up with this. Oh, that was an illustrative video. Bro. Okay. Okay, dude. Nice one. Giga Chad.
On the other side, not to be totally ignored, but not to be ascribed an importance which belies how and when they were made, nor of legal significance. Let me refer to one further matter of some biblical moment. Yesterday, the applicant referred time and again to two statements by the Israeli Prime Minister where he said, "Remember what Amalek did to you." And attached great importance to it as part of the argument that Israel has demonstrated a genocidal intent. There is no need here for a theological discussion on the meaning of Amalek in Judaism, which was indeed not understood by the applicant. Let me just turn to the Prime Minister's statement of the 28th of October, which was partially and misleadingly quoted yesterday. He said, "We are now entering the second phase of the war, which its objectives are clear: destruction of the military and governmental capabilities of Hamas and the return of the hostages back home."
This is what we found. We found this by looking at their own footnotes.
In the last couple of days, I have met with our soldiers in the bases, in the field, in the north and in the south. Remember what Amalek has done to you. We remember and we are fighting. In front of our brave and hero soldiers, there is one prior mission: to defeat the murderous enemy and secure our existence in our land. The IDF is the most moral army in the world.
Obviously.
Additional examples of misleading quotes by the applicant regarding.
Do you think he'll bring up Quds News Network? I don't know. It's not a very, I think legally it's probably not a very good argument because the two Quds links link to just video footage. It's like real. It's not like it's fake, those ones in particular. It is weird. I don't know if it would work legally to say that they used Quds Network to get publicly available speech from Netanyahu, because that was one of the Quds links was just to a Netanyahu speech. I'm like, so Quds isn't really the source, but it's just strange that they went to that. Like, yeah, it might impugn their character. I don't know. I don't know what the legal justification would be for bringing that up. That's just like a gotcha that we discovered.
Israel's policy. It is thus our conclusion that South Africa has failed to demonstrate the...
Quoted accurately. Yeah, it did quote accurately, yeah. Without that context, I think, yeah. So, here's what it is.
Prima facie jurisdiction of the court. I turn to the next issue. As the court has noted, its power to grant provisional measures has its object the preservation of the respective rights claimed by the parties in a case pending its decision on the merits. At the provisional measures stage, the court does not need to determine that such rights do actually exist in a definitive manner, but it must establish that such rights are plausible. South Africa yesterday dealt with this rather lightly. We can safely say that plausibility is an elusive concept. Simply declaring that claimed rights are plausible is insufficient. The issue was addressed by Judge Greenwood in the border area case when he emphasised that what is required is something more than assertion but less than proof. In other words, the party must show that there is at least a reasonable possibility that the right it claims exists as a matter of law and will be adjudged to apply to that party's case. He later discussed this in terms of a reasonable prospect of success. What is clear is that the court has sought to tie plausibility to particular treaty provisions or to general rules of international law. The court has also considered claims of fact in this context as well as law, such as the finding as to whether Equatorial Guinea plausibly used the building at 42 Avenue Foch for diplomatic purposes. In this case, the court did not limit itself to considering where the applicant plausibly held the rights in question under international law, but extended the field of inquiry to include consideration as to whether it was plausible that the respondent had breached the rights in question. This approach appears also in Ukraine and Russia, where the court concluded that, on the basis of the evidence presented by the parties, it appears that some of the acts complained of by Ukraine fulfill this condition of plausibility. In other words, the court was prepared to consider not only the question of the plausibility of rights,
Don't lose your page again.
well,
Oh no.
some has shuffled my papers.
Damn. Saboteur. Uh-oh.
Well,
There's your moment, son.
but also the question of the possible breach of such rights. The power of the court to indicate provisional measures under Article 41 of the statute has its object.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Yes, someone thought that my speech was a pack of cards.
Okay. Okay, he saved it. We love that. We love that solid English humor.
Indeed, in the Jadav case, my apologies, the court was prepared to examine evidence as to the existence of asserted rights and whether, as a matter of fact, the violations had plausibly happened.
Oh, is that why double rifter? Because Israel withdrew from the Rome Statute. That's why they've gone after them for genocide. Because that's only one. I thought there were 4 crimes that you could enforce to people who are not signed on to anything. Though I thought there were 4 crimes because it was customary international law, which means you don't have to be signed onto a convention to have it enforced on you. So I thought even if you're not signed to the Rome Statute, you can still go. They can still go after you for crimes against humanity, war crimes, or a crime of aggression. If I'm wrong, you can show me something different, or if I'm right, you can confirm it for me because I don't know. I thought that's the case, though. I don't think genocide is the only thing you can take to the ICJ if they're not signed to the Rome Statute.
The final point to be made in this section of my plea
And some say the Houthis accomplished nothing. What, you think they shuffled his notes?
is simply to underline the obvious point that the court needs to consider the relevant respective rights of both parties, the respondent as well as the applicant. Article 41 provides that the purpose of the provisional measures is to preserve the rights of either party. I would note the court order of the 16th of March 2022 in Ukraine, Russia, stating that the power of the court to indicate provisional measures has as its object the preservation of the respective rights claimed by the parties. And further to quote the comment in the Myanmar case that the function of provisional measures is to protect the respective rights of either party pending its final decision. This mutual protection or balancing criterion in the light of the rights of both parties is intended to prevent either party being placed in a situation of disadvantage and to ensure that irreparable prejudice will not be caused to either party. I will look briefly at the relevant rights of both
Alperin. How's it going?
parties here. As regards the applicant, I make three simple and brief points. First, South Africa has presented a confusing...
The headlines on YouTube are quite good today, aren't they? World War III confirmed, it's totally here. Bombing Yemen. Did World War III do? Trust me. Ding dong, destiny destroyed. Damn. Who is this in the background? Oh, is that Destiny's fate? Okay. Yeah. Wow. Ding dong. It's funny that he called him Ding Dong because of this. Where is it? Where's the actual...
There's no video of President Trump sucking a ding-dong. And so what if there was? That's a lot better than World War III, Owen. I never sucked any ding-dongs. But I'll tell you, if they were going to blackmail me to start World War III about one, I'd say, hey, I sucked a golf ball through a freaking garden hose.
Didn't you already tell Der Spiegel that?
No, the son of a bitch walked
Why does
in
it
there
match so
in my
well
own
with
office
this?
when I'd splattered stuff on myself and I was changing shirts. He goes, oh, that's a good shot. Let's get your shirts. And then he goes, I go, hey, have some of this chicken and sausage. So technically I said, Jones offered me his sausage. Yeah, give me a break, you son of a bitch. I like women, not men. And if I like men, I'd be proud of it. I'd have a line of them. But I ain't ever been in bed with no man. I've been in bed with probably 300 women. And you sons of bitches sit there and you play these games. And I'm sick of it. So.
Oh, God.
And a partial recital of the facts. This will be discussed later this morning by Ms. Rajwan. Secondly, that the appropriate legal framework for this tragic situation is that of international humanitarian law. Thirdly, that Israel's efforts both to mitigate harm when conducting operations, as well as its efforts to alleviate suffering through humanitarian activities, have gone relatively unnoticed and dispel, or at the very least mitigate, against any allegation of genocidal intent. As from Israel's withdrawal of its civilian and military presence from Gaza in 2005, which brought an end to its belligerent occupation, and the violent coming to power of Hamas in 2007, a situation of conflict has existed, with Hamas firing rockets at Israeli towns and villages unceasingly. However, the attack on Israel on the 7th of October was qualitatively different from all that went before. The truth is that if there has been any genocidal activity in this situation, it was the events of 7th of October. Acts and intent can and have been adequately demonstrated. But Hamas, recognised as a terrorist group by at least 41 states, including the US, the UK, all members of the EU, Canada, Australia, Saudi Arabia, Japan and Colombia, is not before the court. Only South Africa, a third party that is not involved in the armed conflict, appears. Nevertheless, as South Africa has pointed out, complicity in genocide is in play. States that supported, condoned, praised or glorified the events of the 7th of October, both at the time and later, stand guilty of a violation of Article 3E of the Convention as being complicit in genocide, and indeed of the duty to prevent genocide under Article 1. And as the agent has pointed out, South Africa has given succour and support to Hamas, at the least.
Uh-oh.
Clearly of relevance to a discussion of the situation is the facilitation of humanitarian assistance, something that hardly sits well with accusations of genocidal intent. As my colleagues will demonstrate, Israel's activities in this area need to be addressed and not swept aside, as South Africa seeks to do. Prime amongst the rights of the respondent that are critical to any legal evaluation of the situation is the inherent right of any state to defend itself, embedded in customary international law and enshrined in the UN Charter. This right, afforded to states, reaffirms and underlines the responsibility of all states towards their citizens and marks the acceptance by the international community of the political reality and legal confirmation that states, when attacked, may legitimately respond in a forceful and proportionate manner. Professor Lowe yesterday sought to maintain that Israel has no right to self-defence in this situation. How could anyone possibly argue that Israel could not defend itself faced with the 7th of October atrocities and the incessant attacks against its civilians since? Indeed, a very wide range of states has acknowledged the right of self-defence here, ranging from the UK to the US, France, Germany, Italy, Canada, Japan, Ghana and Guatemala, and others. Israel bears the responsibility to exercise its protection over its citizens, not only those constantly subjected to bombardment from Gaza, but also and critically with regard to those captured and held hostage as a result of the 7th of October outrage. These rights exist and cannot be disregarded. Of course, Israel does not have...
Apparently I've been put on Reddit. I've been spotted on Reddit. What the fuck? How did someone find this? South Africa was objectively better under apartheid. Oh, it's someone down here. Yeah, I saw this person. I blocked this person because they were replying fucking racist shit in my Twitter. Like unhinged. Worse than this, they were saying in people's replies. But they blacked me out, I guess. Okay. People arguing about the Queen. Brilliant. Keep it going. This is r/insane people Facebook. It's not really Facebook, but okay. Nice.
Any right to violate the law, still less to commit genocide, and indeed it does not. But it does have every right to act to defend itself in accordance with the rules and principles of international law, and so it has done. A link has to be established between the rights asserted and the provisional measures requested, and this issue will be addressed by Mr. Staker. And he will show that the measures proposed go far beyond the protection of the rights asserted. Madam President, members of the Court, this is an important case. Allegations have been made which verge on the outrageous. The attack by Hamas on 7th of October, with its deliberate commission of atrocities, clearly falls within the statutory definition of genocide. Israel's response was and remains legitimate and necessary. It acted and continues to act in a manner consistent with international law. It does so not in an unrestrained manner, but in investing unprecedented efforts in mitigating civilian harm at a cost to its operations, as well as alleviating hardship and suffering with investment of resources and efforts. There is no genocidal intent here. This is no genocide. South Africa tells us only half the story. Israel is guilty of genocide. We cannot deal with Hamas. Only Israel must be stopped from protecting its citizenry and eliminating the egregious threat that is Hamas. We cannot deal with Hamas. Meanwhile, we must bind the arms of the State of Israel. Hamas is for some other body. I conclude. First, the core of genocide is intent. Without intent, there can be no genocide in law. It is true for the merits. It is equally true for provisional measures. Any prima facie consideration, indeed, of intent, even at this preliminary stage, will only demonstrate its absence from Israel's activities. Second, there is here no dispute under the Genocide Convention as at the time of submission of the application, as alleged by South Africa and as required for prima facie.
The powers of the ICC. This isn't the ICC, though. We're talking about the ICJ. They're different institutions. This has nothing to do with the ICC. May only exercise its jurisdiction if the national court is unable or unwilling to do so. Yeah, this is to do with individuals, not states. Okay.
Jurisdiction. Indeed, South Africa's own precipitate activities with notes over recent weeks demonstrates the lack of its confidence in this respect, and that is telling. Thirdly, the rights to be protected in the provisional measures procedure cover not just the applicant, but also the respondent, and chief amongst these rights is that of the right and obligation to act to defend itself and its citizens. This must be considered and weighed by the court as against the false accusations levelled at Israel. Madam President, members of the court, thank you for your kind attention. I would ask you to call Madame Rajoan at your convenience.
Thank you, Professor Shaw. Before I give the floor to the next speaker, the court will observe a coffee break of 10 minutes. The sitting is adjourned.
Okay. Halfway through. Wonder how we're feeling. It looks like the details about the actual operations are going to be coming from the other guys. Well, I want a protein shake. That's what I want. Ooh! Be right back. The fuck? My headphones are stuck. Hey. Oh, I didn't even need to pause it. It's just going. When do we come back? Will any of you respect the ultimate verdict even if it goes against your opinion?
Relevant.
Who knows? Quick chat. Oh. Hello?
Hi,
How's it going?
how's it going?
Yeah, good.
Uh, just a quick call out to 3 people. I still haven't got any points that they want to debate on Sunday. So this goes out to Chucky, this goes out to Smugbug, and this goes out to Sunbreaker. All 3 of them still haven't sent me anything.
Wow. Did you hear
Yeah.
that? I'm sure they're all watching right now, or they're not. I have no idea. Okay.
They're probably online, all 3 of them.
Okay.
Yep, that's it. I'm gonna fuck off now. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
The sitting is resumed, and I now give the floor to Ms. Galit Ragwan. You have the floor.
Madam President, members of the court, it is an honor to appear before you on behalf of the State of Israel. As Professor Shah noted, at this stage, South Africa does not need to prove that genocidal acts have been or are being committed. But it does have to show that the Genocide Convention is actually relevant. It has to show some level of acts and some level of intent. Professor Shah has spoken to the issue of express intent. It is my task to speak to the circumstances of Israel's actions. Israel cannot possibly comprehensively address today all of the allegations made in South Africa's application in this regard. The applicant paints a dire picture, but it is a partial and deeply flawed picture. The application is so distorted in its descriptions that it prevents the court from properly assessing the plausibility of the rights asserted by South Africa. Plausibility cannot be determined based on the unsubstantiated allegations of one party to the proceedings alone, if Article 41 of the court statute is to have any meaning. In the time available, I will address 3 aspects of reality on the ground that the applicant has either ignored or misrepresented. First, Hamas's military tactics and strategy. Second, Israel's efforts to mitigate civilian harm during operational activity. And third, Israel's efforts to address humanitarian hardship in Gaza, despite Hamas's attempts at obstruction. With respect to Hamas's military tactics and strategy, it is astounding that in yesterday's hearing, Hamas was mentioned only in passing and only in reference to the October 7 massacre in Israel. Listening to the presentation by the applicant, it was as if Israel is operating in Gaza against no armed adversary, but the same Hamas that carried out the October 7 attacks in Israel is the governing authority in Gaza. And the same Hamas has built a military strategy founded on embedding its assets and operatives in and amongst the civilian population. Urban warfare will always result in tragic deaths, harm, and damage. But in Gaza, these undesired outcomes are exacerbated because they are the desired outcomes of Hamas. In urban warfare, civilian casualties may be the unintended but lawful result of attacks on lawfully military objectives. International humanitarian law recognizes this reality and provides a framework for balancing military necessity with humanitarian considerations. These do not constitute genocidal acts. In the current conflict, many civilian deaths are directly caused by Hamas. Booby-trapped homes detonate and kill indiscriminately. Mines in alleyways collapse structures around them, and over 2,000 rockets, misfired by Hamas, have landed inside Gaza, causing untold levels of harm. One telling example is
I know what people are trying to say that she looks like a female version of me. Okay. Okay.
blast at the Al-Hali hospital on October 17. Hamas claimed that the Israel Defense Forces, the IDF, attacked the hospital. Headlines around the world rushed to repeat this claim. The IDF later proved, and U.S. intelligence and other national security intelligence agencies independently confirmed that the blast was the result of a failed launch from within Gaza. It was not, as Hamas claimed, the fault of the IDF. Damage to civilian structures is another fact claimed by South Africa as evidence of genocide. But South Africa does not consider the sheer extent to which Hamas uses ostensibly civilian structures for military purposes. Houses, schools, mosques, UN facilities, and shelters are all abused for military purposes by Hamas.
This fucking genocidal piece of shit, this monstrous scumbag, can't tell, doesn't know the sound of a J-dam when she hears one. Can you imagine? Bro.
Including as rocket launching sites. Hundreds of kilometers of tunnels dug by Hamas under populated areas in Gaza often cause structures above to collapse. In the slides before you, you can see a militant priming projectiles for launch on IDF forces in Gaza. You can see the holes in the residential house to hide and launch them. Here, you can see projectiles discovered underneath a bed in a child's bedroom. Here, a rocket being fired from a school. The launch site is circled in red. Here you can see firing from a UN school. You can see the letters UN on the roof, and the fire is circled in red. And here, long-range rocket launchers hidden inside a Scouts Club building. Finally, you can see part of a tunnel that runs for 4 kilometers, including nearby the Erez crossing, which is adjacent to Israel. Gaza's infrastructure has certainly been harmed during the conflict. However, South Africa would have the court believe that Israel is deliberately and unlawfully destroying homes without cause, but harm caused to lawful military objectives and harm caused as a result of Hamas's actions is not evidence of genocide. South Africa also alleges that Israel has waged an assault on Gaza's health system. What South Africa has neglected to bring before the court...
Unironically, people think it's planted. Yeah, but the problem is that people who say that Hamas doesn't commit atrocities also believe that it would be based if they did anyway. So it's like... Yeah, it's just thought-terminating fucking cult behavior.
However, is the overwhelming evidence of Hamas's military use of such hospitals. Hamas militants retreated to Rantisi Hospital in Gaza on October 7th with hostages from Israel, whom they then held in the basement. In the slide before you, you will see a militant going into Quds Hospital with an RPG. Hamas fired at IDF forces from near and from within the Quds Hospital. At Shifa Hospital, Gaza's largest, Hamas managed operations from a closed-off area. Here you can see an opening to the tunnel that ran for hundreds of meters directly under the hospital. Here, you can see the weapons found in different wings of the hospital. And here, CCTV footage showing armed militants bringing hostages into the hospital's lobby. More than 80 militants hiding inside another hospital, the Adwan Hospital, surrendered themselves to the IDF. And here, you can see a weapon that IDF forces discovered hidden inside incubators at the hospital. The director of the hospital has admitted that numerous members of hospital staff belong to Hamas's military wing. In the Indonesian hospital in the neighborhood of Jabalia, Hamas forces managed their operations from that hospital until the IDF reached it. IDF forces recovered the bodies of 5 murdered hostages from a tunnel dug underneath the hospital. The list goes on. In every single hospital that the IDF has searched in Gaza, it has found evidence of Hamas military use. Israel is acutely aware that because of Hamas's use of hospitals as shields for its military operations, in grave violations of international humanitarian law, patients and staff are at risk. This is why the IDF has reached out to every hospital and offered assistance in relocating patients and staff to safer areas. Hospitals have not been bombed. Rather, the IDF sends soldiers to search and dismantle military infrastructure, reducing damage and disruption. Indeed, the tunnel that sat directly under the main building in Shifa Hospital was exploded without damaging the building above. The IDF then withdrew from the hospital. Yes, damage and harm have occurred as a result of hostilities in hospitals' vicinity, sometimes by IDF fire, sometimes by Hamas, but always as a direct result of Hamas's abhorrent method of warfare. Israel has published plenty of evidence of the extensive misuse by Hamas of medical facilities.
Vibe check on Don't Eam nose posting. Oh yeah, they posted on nose, didn't they? Interesting. No, but Don't Eam's like really left-wing though, right? You can't, it's not possible to be left-wing and pro-Palestinian and also be anti-Semitic. It's not possible. It can't happen. It's fake.
In direct violations of international humanitarian law. It has brought journalists to see firsthand. It has recorded calls with hospital staffs to coordinate assistance. None of that is mentioned in the application. In fact, the applicant describes the result and asks the court to attribute malicious intent to Israel. But that is only a possible conclusion if one obscures.
Israeli construction company built those. No. Read the quote again. The Israelis built a bunker underneath the hospital. They did not build a tunnel system that looks exactly like all the other Hamas tunnel systems. No. Stop doing that. They built a bunker for storage, not a tunnel system. Hamas added the tunnel system, okay? Stop. Fuck me.
As the applicant has, Hamas's strategy of turning hospitals into terrorist compounds. The applicant also made much of the fact that force has been even used in humanitarian zones. What the applicant neglected to inform the court, however, was that Hamas has, in its contempt for Palestinian civil life, regularly and deliberately fired from such zones, turning areas of relief into zones of conflict. Here before you, you can see one example of a launch site adjacent to the humanitarian zone, both amplified in larger pictures. And in the next slide, you can see evidence of a rocket launched from next to Gaza's water desalination facility. I now would like to address briefly the second issue, Israel's efforts at mitigation of civilian harm. Here, too, the applicant tells not just a partial story, but a false one. For example, the application presents Israel's call to civilians to evacuate areas of intensive hostilities, quote, as an act calculated to bring about its physical destruction, quote. This is a particularly egregious allegation that is completely disconnected from the governing legal framework of international humanitarian law. Evacuation of civilians is recognized under international humanitarian law as one of the measures that may be implemented to protect civilians from the effects of ongoing hostilities. Indeed, such evacuation may even amount to a duty that the party to the conflict has towards civilians. While temporary evacuation undoubtedly involves hardship and suffering, it is preferable to remaining in areas of intensive hostilities, all the more so when one party makes a concerted effort to use those civilians as shields. The IDF maintains a civilian harm mitigation unit to undertake this task. It works full-time to provide advance notice of areas in which the IDF...
None of this really offers a good argument for why it's necessary to shoot through human shields as usual. Yeah, it does. What are you talking about? The whole argument is that when you have a military target, you are allowed a certain level of collateral damage. So if every target, by nature of Hamas's strategy, is surrounded by collateral damage, then some targets you can hit, and you accept the collateral damage, and some, maybe there's too much collateral damage and you can't hit. So that's, yeah, unfortunately, yeah, the ideal is to obviously separate your military infrastructure from any collateral damage. We know that Hamas can't do that because they would just lose in day one if they did that. So that is what it is. You know, Hamas makes that choice. They're happy with it. Let's go.
Intends to intensify its activities, coordinate travel routes for civilians, and secure these routes. This unit has developed a detailed map so that specific...
Well, that one was, we lasted an hour there, didn't we? We lasted a whole goddamn hour. Let's update the live chat, shall we? Chat. Okay. There you go. Why is it not doing the thing? Why not? Now? Why is YouTube chat not... Oh, am I crashing again? I feel like I'm green on OBS, but everything else just crashed now. What? Am I here? Are you guys here? I think you guys are here. Yeah, it says I'm good. But YouTube chat is not good. Maybe I just did it too quickly. Let's try again. Why does it say 0 viewers on Twitch? Probably because the stream crashed. There we go. All right. Yeah, we're back. We're fine. Okay, cool. Ooh. So she's talking about all these little zones and telling people to move. Okay.
I understand it. As can be temporarily evacuated instead of evacuating entire areas. On the slide before you, you can see that map divided into areas, as well as a screenshot of a video explaining the system in Arabic so civilians may understand it. The IDF also enacts localized pauses in its operations to allow civilians to move. It does this even though Hamas does not agree to do the same, and has even attacked IDF forces securing humanitarian corridors.
Excuse me, I have a request from the interpreters that you slow down the pace of your speaking. Could you please do that? Thank you.
Of course.
Uh-oh.
Yesterday, South Africa stated
Too much
that
mess.
the IDF gave 24 hours notice to civilians in northern Gaza to evacuate. In
Stop
fact,
gish galloping.
the IDF urged civilians to evacuate to southern Gaza for over 3 weeks before it started its ground operation. 3 weeks that provided Hamas with advance knowledge
She was battle
of
rapping.
where and when the IDF would be operating. This 3-week period for temporary evacuation is a matter of common knowledge, and the applicant's misrepresentation of this fact is at best an unfamiliarity with the events, and at worst, a desire to tailor its story to a pre-existing narrative. The IDF employs a range of additional measures in accordance with the obligation to take precautionary measures under international humanitarian law. For example, it provides effective advance warnings of attacks where circumstances permit. To date, the IDF has dropped millions of leaflets over areas of expected attacks with instructions to evacuate and how to do so, broadcast countless messages over radio and through social media, warning civilians to distance themselves from Hamas operations, and made over 70,000 individual phone calls, including to occupants of the targets, warning them of impending attacks. This requires time, it requires resources and intelligence, and the IDF invests all of these to save civilian lives. Here you can see the IDF's Arabic Twitter account providing information for civilians to evacuate specific areas, including the location of shelters nearby. Yet the applicant astonishingly claims that these efforts are in themselves genocidal. In other words, a measure intended to mitigate harm to the civilian population, sometimes exceeding the requirements of international humanitarian law, is proof, according to the applicant, of Israel's intent to commit genocide, when in fact it proves the exact opposite. My third topic, with respect to the humanitarian situation. Much attention was given by South Africa to this situation. Despite Israel's efforts to mitigate harm, there is no question.
I hate the depersonalization of warfare in the 21st century. Like how it used to be really personal in the 20th century. I guess it was personal in the sense that it was like, these guys are our enemy. We don't give a fuck if they die, and no one's going to hold us to account for it anyway. Is that what you mean? I don't know. I feel like war, I feel like the amount that we learned about World War II doesn't really do it that much justice still. Because I don't think that many people know just how insane compared to today some of these like airstrike campaigns were, or some of the invasions were, or some of the blitzkrieg or the sieges. Like, I don't think people understand just how fucking mental some of these wars were, like these battles were. Like the siege of Leningrad. Even if you just look at the raw numbers, it lasted like 2 years. And you've got like 1.5 million dead. 1 million of them were Soviet civilians in one siege. And the fact that there were like, I don't even know, armies of people from like 40 different countries involved in this whole thing. And not to mention everything that happened with the Nazis like sweeping through North Africa and like in the fucking, in the Caucasus and shit. Yeah, and I was like, whoa. And even the back box. Is that a back box I see in the chat? Okay, well, gave me a bathroom break. Nice one. Let's go. Is chat still there? Chat's still behaving itself? No, I don't think it is. I think it needs to get thingied. Does it? Oh no, it's still working. Is it? Hmm. Yeah, chat's still moving, isn't it? Or it's catching up. No, that's it. Yeah, I don't need to refresh it. Oh, that's nice. Nice little change. Okay. Praise be to the circle. True.
Civilian harm, Hamas is doing everything in its
Hamas.
power to use the civilian population and civilian infrastructure for its own protection, thwarting humanitarian efforts aimed at alleviating the distress of the civilian population. Further illustration on Hamas's tactics and Israel's efforts can be found in tabs 4 and 9 of the volume provided to the court. I now turn to describe just some of the humanitarian coordination efforts that Israel has been engaged in, and Mr. Sender will further expand on this. Israel maintains a dedicated military unit called Kogat, responsible for routine coordination with international organizations in Gaza with respect to various humanitarian aspects. It is Kogat that mans and operates the crossings between Israel and Gaza. This includes the Erez crossing, through which prior to October 7, almost 20,000 Gazans passed through into Israel daily for work. South Africa showed a map yesterday, with the Erez crossing marked closed. What it failed to note is that the crossing was attacked on October 7th by Hamas, which murdered and kidnapped Kogat staff and caused significant damage. Here you can see some of that damage. Nevertheless, Kogat works around the clock to fulfill its role. Its large professional staff run numerous initiatives, of which I will only mention a few. First, Kogat manages a mechanism by which it maintains an up-to-date picture of the needs in Gaza. It does this with the UN, other international organizations, and states, whose representatives sit in Kogat's offices. Kogat uses this monitoring to help donor states and organizations prioritize their aid efforts to fit the evolving situation on the ground. Second, Kogat facilitates the entry of aid into Gaza. Israel, as publicly stated...
What is this? Debate
I want to
breakdown.
jump straight into the first question, which is, I'll start with Cenk. Is Israel an apartheid state?
What is this? Is this actually logging the arguments?
It really depends on your definition, but...
Oh. Interesting.
Repeatedly, that there is no limit on the amount of food, water, shelter, or medical supplies that can be brought into Gaza. To increase capacity, Kogat has reopened the Kerem Shalom crossing, as acknowledged by the Security Council in Resolution 2720, despite Hamas putting it under fire. Israel has offered to extend operating hours at the crossing if there is a capacity to receive the goods by international organizations on the Gazan side. Third, Kogat works to reinforce and strengthen medical services. Kogat has facilitated the huge logistical challenge of establishing 4 field hospitals in Gaza, and more are being set up, and 2 floating hospitals. It has facilitated the entry of new ambulances into Gaza, and Israel has even coordinated airdrops of aid over Gaza by Jordan, coordinating these flights with the Israel Air Force operating in Gaza. This, of course, is not to say that nothing more can be done, or that there are no challenges to the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Such challenges exist and change according to the evolving circumstances of the conflict. But it is to say that the charge of genocide in the face of these extensive efforts is frankly untenable. It is an inconvenient truth for the applicant's case, but one of the most significant challenges is the fact that Hamas commandeers consignments into Gaza and controls their distribution. Gazan residents have reported that Hamas is regularly stealing aid at the expense of its own population for the benefit of its fighters. This is a tweet stating that fuel and medical equipment was stolen by purported Hamas members from an UNRWA warehouse.
Of course, deleted.
UNRWA later deleted the tweet, perhaps under pressure from the authorities. Here you can see Hamas commandeering an aid truck. And here is another example. Because Hamas for years has used aid consignments to smuggle weapons, security checks of all goods going into Gaza are required, as acknowledged by international humanitarian.
What did UNRWA say about that? What did they say exactly? Reports yesterday that people with trucks purporting to be from the Ministry of Health removed fuel and medical equipment. I need to find out where I saw it, but there was also something about in the aid shipments, them finding things that could only, like military equipment, like things for running like operations underground and shit. But I need to look into that again. I can't remember exactly what it was. Our staff were compelled to evacuate.
Here you can see Hamas commandeering an aid truck. And here is another example.
What the fuck, man?
Because Hamas for years has used aid consignments to smuggle weapons, security checks of all goods going into Gaza are required, as acknowledged by international humanitarian law.
Let me see that again.
Under pressure from the authorities. Here you
This
can
picture.
see Hamas
What?
commandeering an aid truck.
This is a Red Crescent, UAE aid for those affected in Gaza. Just fucking two fucking guys on top of it. Jesus. I'd never seen that story before. Is there an article about that? Is there anything that's not from just like Times of Israel or whatever? I mean, I guess what did they say about it? Videos appear to show trucks. This looks like a similar picture, no? Videos appear to show trucks carrying crucial supplies seized by Hamas, fallen goods taken by civilians. Red Cross officials say 79 trucks entered. An unnamed Egyptian Red Cross official told AFP that 79 trucks began entering. They don't seem to be the same ones that entered Kerem Shalom. Right ears, eh? Does look like it's civilians storming because obviously they need the aid.
أيضا إذن
Jesus.
استكمالا للمشاهد التي تصل إلى غرفة الأخبار. إذن هذه الصور تحديدا من رفح جنوبي قطاع غزة. إذن نشاهد لربما يتعدد يعني كان بشكل نشاهد قد تكون ضيقة يوما قطع.
Okay, the Rafah crossing. But until this weekend, has only been open 1 day for the entry of aid. Only kept over 100 trucks per day. 60% of goods before October 7th. What a this is just so odd. The fuck?
And here is another example. Because Hamas for years has used aid consignments to smuggle weapons, security checks of all goods going into Gaza are required, as acknowledged by international humanitarian law. Hamas has time and again hoarded fuel, including during the current conflict, which it uses for military.
Hey, what up?
Exist and change according to the evolving circumstances of the and again hoarded fuel, including during the current conflict, which it uses for military purposes to sustain ventilation in its expansive underground tunnel network and for its continued attacks against Israel. Nevertheless, in coordination with the UN, Israel enables fuel to enter Gaza to service essential infrastructure such as sewage treatment, desalination plants, water pumps and hospitals, and cellular infrastructure for maintaining communication. Israel remains committed to helping international organizations and states involved in the aid effort to overcome these hurdles and consistently increase the amount of aid and services available to the population in Gaza, as will be further described by Mr. Sender. Here, a picture of incubators that the IDF provided to Shifa Hospital. Here, a picture of an ambulance convoy coordinated by COGAT. A picture of consignments. A picture of ambulances, the entry of which was coordinated by COGAT. And finally, more consignments waiting to enter Gaza. Madam President, members of the court, in the time allotted, I have been able to describe only some of Israel's efforts to mitigate civilian harm and to address the humanitarian situation in Gaza. But even this mere fraction is enough to demonstrate how tendentious and partial the applicant's presentation of these facts is, and certainly enough to conclude that the allegation of intent to commit genocide is baseless. If Israel had such intent, would it delay a ground maneuver for weeks, urging civilians to seek safer space and in doing so, sacrificing operational advantage? Would it invest massive resources to provide civilians details about where to go, when to go, how to go, to leave areas of fighting? Would it maintain a dedicated unit staffed with experts whose sole role is to facilitate aid and who continue to do so despite having their staff killed and kidnapped? When a population is ruled by a terrorist organization that cares more about wiping out its neighbor than about protecting its own civilians, there are acute challenges in protecting the civilian population. Those challenges are exacerbated by the dynamic and evolving nature of intense hostilities in an urban area, where the enemy exploits hospitals, shelters, and critical infrastructure. Would Israel work continuously with international organizations and states, even reaching out to them on its own initiative, to find solutions to these challenges if it were seeking to destroy the population? Israel's efforts to mitigate the ravages of this war on civilians are the very opposite of intent to destroy them. Under these circumstances, far from being the only inference that could reasonably be drawn from Israel's pattern of conduct, intent to commit genocide is not even a plausible inference.
Oh, they're saying plausible because of they don't want those preliminary measures. Oh.
Madam President, members of the court, that concludes my statement. I thank you for your...
I remember this guy who got cancelled for SA or some shit. Can anyone who knows more than me explain what this means for Israel's case? The main issue seems to be proving genocidal intent. Israel's defense looks pretty flimsy to me, but from what I understand, there is genuinely a very high bar to prove, so I don't know if this is enough. Does this guy still have like a following? I thought he got cancelled by like everyone in his sphere, like Noah Samson, FD Signifier, fucking the leftist cooks, all those people. Did he just keep chugging?
Your kind attention, and I ask that you now invite Mr. Sender to the podium.
I thank Ms. Radwan, and I invite Mr. Omri Sender to address the court. You have the floor.
Is there such a thing as unintentional genocide? Nope. Intent is the heart of genocide. It is the ventricles. It's the aorta. It's the valves.
Madam President, members of the court, it is an honor to appear before you today on behalf of the State of Israel. It falls to me to address the condition of risk of irreparable harm and urgency. This third condition is, of course, dependent on the two preceding ones. Professor Shaw and Ms. Radwan have already shown that the provisions relied upon by the applicant do not afford even prima facie, a basis on which this court's jurisdiction could be founded. They also showed that the rights asserted by the applicant cannot be regarded as plausible. It follows that the irreparable consequences cannot, in the present case, be caused by the alleged disregard of rights under the Genocide Convention. Again, this is not at all to say that the humanitarian situation arising from the present armed conflict is not.
What does Fauci have to do? Oh, God. Prima Fauci.
Grave. Civilians have been severely affected by the hostilities instigated by Hamas. Its systematic strategy of prosecuting war from under and within the civilian population exposes civilians to great risk, and it has brought about great suffering. Israel has done and is doing a great deal.
Prima facie means at first sight. So it's like basically the initial argument is brought forward, and then they're like, well, at first sight, it looks like they have a case here, or at first sight, this looks like bullshit, basically. That's like prima facie. Heard Corval, thanks for the $2. Can you speak in a heavy Scottish accent?
Smarmy cuck bastard.
For $2? No. No, I can't. I can't do a strong Scottish accent. No, not really. I didn't try, but it's been a while.
To alleviate this suffering in very challenging circumstances.
The only time I talk is when I talk to you guys. When I talk to you guys, I've been trained for 2.5 years to fucking enunciate the shit out of everything I say. And I've basically forgotten how to talk with a Scottish accent. Like, I've lost it. I used to not have a very strong accent anyway, but it's just been neutered by talking to fucking Americans on the internet. Like, fuck.
In this regard, the factual account provided by the applicant is once again entirely one-sided. The application and request run no less than 84 pages, but they make hardly any mention of the extraordinary efforts undertaken by Israel and by a host.
Is the ICJ's definition different from the UN's? Nope. The ICJ is the part of the UN, I think. I think it's like the UN's highest court, isn't it? But no, they're using the UN Convention on Genocide, the one that everyone knows, the one about deliberate destruction in whole or in part, A, killing members of the group, B, yeah, that one. That's the one. I think the ICJ is it's a part of the United Nations, though, right? It's one of the organs of the UN.
Of other states and international actors to improve the humanitarian situation. We again heard virtually nothing from the applicant on this issue yesterday. But this is a critical factor in the request before you. As Ms. Radwan has shown, it frustrates any attempt to establish the necessary special intent for genocide. It also bears upon the third condition established in your case law. Madam President, members of the court,
case law.
We know from your case law that the power of the court to indicate provisional measures will be exercised only in exceptional circumstances. There needs to be...
Why does case law... I know why case law always makes me think about this clip. I know why. It's because of this, isn't it? Oh, actually, I wonder if it is my bandwidth, because it's taking a long time to load videos. But can that affect my router as well? Or is the router affecting this? Oh. Interesting. Router, sorry. Yeah. Why isn't it playing?
Against the border wall, oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama amnesty. Amnesty, Obama.
Kate's law. Obama. That's why every time I hear the word case law, my brain goes Obama. Oh, shit. How much do you pay for internet? Not that much, like £25. But I've been doing some research off screen, whilst watching this. It seems to be the case that like there is really only one, like basically every provider that comes to my flat goes through BT infrastructure. So it's like I can't really fix that, and I don't think I can get fiber to the premises here. It needs to go through the thing. At least that's what I've got from this one conversation in DMs. So, bit fucked. Also, maybe because of the internet actually being a bit slow as well, maybe that's got something to do with it. I don't know. Maybe it'll help. Isn't £25 like 7 USDs? No, you fucking retard. No. Pounds are worth more than dollars, dipshit. Cope. Anyway. Twitch, you guys are fucking off, okay? I'm gonna go off Twitch. Just to maybe take the weight off by coming off dual streaming. Maybe. How would you check that? Well, you just look through the providers and you'd be like, hey, can you do this thing in my area? And they're like, nope. That's it. Obama. All right, fuck off Twitch. Bye-bye. Come to YouTube. You know what to do. Bye-bye. All right.
Be, as you have said,
remember the Hall of
a real and...
Pac, my man, thanks for the sub on Twitch. Wow, thank you so much. I'm sorry you can't hear this message right now because you just came off Twitch.
Imminent risk that irreparable prejudice will be caused to the rights claimed before the court gives its final decision. Your order in the Myanmar case, in which the Genocide Convention was also invoked, suggests that the adoption, and I quote, of concrete measures aimed specifically at recognizing and ensuring the right, end of quote, of the group in question to exist would mean that irreparable harm and urgency cannot be established. Precisely such concrete measures have been taken by Israel, which has been facilitating the provision of more and more humanitarian assistance for people in need throughout the Gaza Strip. These steps have not only been increasing so as to meet the developing situation on the ground. They are continuously undertaken specifically in order to prevent harm to the civilian population. These efforts have had an impact. Just last week, for example, with the assistance of the World Food Programme, a dozen bakeries reopened with the capacity to produce more than 2 million breads a day. The World Food Programme has said the delivery of flour, salt, sugar, and yeast continues so as to enable more bakeries to reopen, increasing accessibility and affordability for thousands of families. And since the applicant mentioned yesterday the number of trucks entering Gaza each day before and after the war, the accurate average number for trucks specifically carrying food is 70 trucks a day before the war and 109 trucks a day over the last 2 weeks. All this information may be found in your judge's folder. Access to water has also been a priority. As with food supplies, there is no restriction on the amount of water that may enter Gaza. Israel continues to supply its own water to Gaza by 2 pipelines. It facilitates the delivery of bottled water in large quantities, and it repairs and indeed expands water infrastructure that has been damaged by the fighting. An additional water pipe bringing water into southern Gaza from Egypt began operating a few weeks ago. Access to medical supplies and services is also growing. Israel has so far facilitated the establishment of 4 field hospitals.
So on the way, and if you want to talk about the jurisdiction of the ICJ. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hello.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a bit quiet though.
Yeah, wait, let me check if I can fix it. Is it better now or?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. Yeah, so I did a little bit of digging, and from what I can tell, basically the jurisdiction of the ICJ is to crimes which either happen on the territory of a member, which, for example, with Palestine, I think they gained observer status in 2012, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, that's also the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. So with that regard, they can't basically, go to the ICJ regarding war crimes or whatever else, not just genocide.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if South Africa can do it on their regard. So that's what I basically saw.
Okay.
Yeah, that's that's it basically.
Yeah, cool. That's fine.
Right. But in the Genocide Act, obviously both South Africa and Israel are signed. So yeah. So I think that's why, and also I think the measures that they can take to stop the basically the what's it called, like the actions of Israel, which is what they want basically. I think that's only in the genocide case. So I think that's why they might have chosen the genocide route, because then they can basically say, just stop aggression until we investigate this, and then Israel just kind of has to do it.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's the case with the crime against humanity or war crimes or stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Talking to you.
All right. Thanks, Edgar. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
And 2 floating hospitals. The establishment of 2 more hospitals is underway. Israel is facilitating the entry of medical teams into Gaza, as also vaccinations, including in cooperation with UNICEF. Ill and wounded persons are being evacuated through the Rafah border crossing to Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, Turkey, Qatar, and Jordan. Tents and winter equipment are being distributed as well. The constant delivery of fuel and cooking gas is also facilitated. According to official data, again in your judges' folders, from 8 December, the amount of fuel entering Gaza has doubled and currently stands at 180,000 liters a day. This is a target amount requested by the UN itself. Since 21 December, the amount of cooking gas entering Gaza has also doubled, now standing at an average of 90 tons per day. Details of this kind concerning the various ongoing humanitarian efforts are updated every single day on a designated English website of COGAT, the unit in the Ministry of Defense in charge of monitoring the humanitarian situation. When pressing needs are identified, solutions are soon coordinated. A great effort is indeed invested in eliminating bottlenecks so as to improve the entrance and distribution of aid, notwithstanding Hamas constantly stealing it. As you have heard, a joint operations room involving Israel, Egypt, the United States, and the UN operates daily to solve in real time logistical difficulties. Israel also coordinates with various UN agencies and the ICRC to address their own needs. On 15 December, Israel decided to open its crossing at Kerem Shalom with the express intention to improve and upgrade the delivery of humanitarian assistance to Palestinian civilians in Gaza. That part of the government's decision is in your judges folder as well. This has eased congestion at the Rafah crossing and helped
Very concerning. There must be some shit going on. Okay. Just as we're getting to the interesting part. Are we? Okay.
Madam President, members of the court, again, these are just some examples. But they show that Israel, no doubt, meets the legal test of concrete measures aimed specifically at recognizing and ensuring the rights of the Palestinian civilians in Gaza to exist. It has been the daily work of numerous Israeli officials of various agencies to ensure that these and other steps are effectively carried out at a time when they and their families are themselves under constant attack. A determination that the multilateral, large-scale humanitarian effort is lacking, or that scaling up access of humanitarian relief to Gaza would be of no avail, as the applicant would have you believe, should not be made lightly. Madam President, members of the court, two additional elements warrant your careful attention. They too suggest that the condition of urgency is not as easily met as the applicant would have you believe. First, the scope and intensity of the hostilities has been decreasing. Israel's defense minister said last week that Israeli forces would be shifting from the intense maneuvering phase of the war toward, and I quote, different types of special operations. This statement, made in an interview to international media, is found at tab 16A of the volume submitted. This week, on 8 January, the spokesperson for the Israeli military confirmed that the Israeli campaign had already started a transition to fewer ground troops and fewer airstrikes. The war shifted a stage, he said. As you will see in tab 16B of the volume, he spoke of a new and less intense phase of fighting. He specifically mentioned that Israel will continue to reduce the number of troops in Gaza. 5 brigades, consisting of thousands of soldiers, have already been withdrawn from the territory. Second, the UN Security Council has only recently adopted a resolution for the specific purpose of alleviating the humanitarian situation. By Resolution 2720 of 22 December, which is found at tab 16C of the volume, the Council demanded the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, as well as the delivery of humanitarian assistance at scale directly to the Palestinian civilian population throughout the Gaza Strip. More specifically still, the Council requested the Secretary General to appoint a senior coordinator in order to establish a UN mechanism for accelerating the provision of humanitarian relief consignments to Gaza. Contrary to what we heard yesterday, this resolution does not, and I quote, remain unimplemented. Close quote. A senior coordinator has been appointed and indeed began her work. The Council remains actively seized of the matter. Israel, for its part, is already working with the senior coordinator, and it has just this week coordinated the entrance of a UN delegation into northern Gaza in order to evaluate the situation and map the needs for a future return of Palestinian civilians. I recall in this connection that in the Aegean Sea case, the court found that it was not necessary.
He looks like he's in Slytherin. He definitely does. Yeah.
To indicate provisional measures where the government in question showed willingness to act in accordance with the recommendations of the Security Council concerning the matter before the court. All these recent developments indicate that the facts as they presently exist do not call for awarding interim relief. They also suggest that the difference between the present case and earlier cases that have come before you are very clear. Finally, the lack of urgency within the meaning of the court's case law is further demonstrated by assurances provided before you today by Israel's co-agents. They could not be clearer in stating that Israel remains bound at all times by its international legal obligations. Needless to say, this includes Israel's obligations as a state party to the Genocide Convention. The applicant will have this court say that it cannot take the word of a state. That would be not only unfortunate, it would also be contrary to the law on unilateral declarations of states. Unsurprisingly, your consistent case law suggests that assurances of the kind offered by Israel may well render the indication of provisional measures unnecessary. Madam President, members of the court, the conclusion is that the condition of irreparable prejudice and urgency cannot be met. It is Israel and its citizens who would risk irreparable harm.
Oh, my neighbors haven't had internet problems. That's interesting. Theirs have been fine, so it might not be a building thing. Ooh. Well, chat. That's crazy. It's unbelievable. All right, hang on. Why you're not coming back? Is it? Can't see anything. I don't know what's going on. I'll get it from here. Are you using Wi-Fi by mistake? No, it's my router. It's my router doing it. Don't worry about that. Need to pop out this new one. Okay. There you go. Okay. Only half an hour left, eh? Let's see if we can survive all the Ooh. The DDoS kid found a new target. Can you even get DDoS these days with VPNs and shit? Like, can you?
Madam President, Mr. Vice President, members of the court, it's an honor to appear before you again and to represent the State of Israel. You've now been addressed on why the conditions for provisional measures are not met. That being so, there's no need to examine the 9 particular measures that South Africa requests. Nonetheless, for completeness, I will address each in turn and show that their terms are unwarranted in any event.
A thorough
smashing. They go beyond what is necessary to protect rights on an interim basis and therefore also have no link with the rights sought to be protected. I start with the first and second requested measures. These would require immediate suspension of Israel's military operations in Gaza. This request is frankly astonishing. A request is made by a state not party to an ongoing conflict for provisional measures requiring unilateral suspension of military operations by one party to the conflict only, leaving the other party free to continue attacks which it has a stated intention to do. South Africa cannot argue that similar measures were granted in the Russia genocide case. That case was fundamentally different. In the Russia case, the legality of the military operation itself was in issue by reference to the Genocide Convention. Russia had claimed that its military operation was to prevent and punish genocide being committed in Ukraine. The court found it doubtful that the Genocide Convention authorizes a unilateral use of force in the territory of another state, and plausible that Ukraine had a right not to be subjected to military operations by Russia for that purpose. The result, provisional measures could protect a plausible right not to be subjected to military operations. In this case, Israel does not rely on the Genocide Convention or prevention of genocide to justify its operations. The lawfulness of the operations themselves does not involve any interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the Convention over which the court has jurisdiction. As jurisdiction in this case is based solely on Article 9 of the Convention, the court cannot find that South Africa or Palestinians in Gaza have a plausible right of the kind in the Russia case. Article 41 of the statute empowers only such provisional measures as the circumstances require to preserve the respective rights of either party. In the Russia case, a suspension of military operations might have been necessary to preserve a right not to be subjected to military operations. But in this case, the right in issue is South Africa's claimed right to ensure observance of the Genocide Convention. It's absurd to suggest that the only way to ensure observance of the Genocide Convention in a military operation is to prevent the operation from being conducted at all, in order, according to South Africa, to secure the humanitarian response and avoid yet more unnecessary death and destruction. That goes beyond preventing genocide. South Africa appears to argue that the military operations as such are genocidal. But how has South Africa established a plausible claim that this is so? Mr. Hassim argued only that it's plausible, quote, that at least some, if not all, of these alleged acts fall within the Convention's provisions. How does at least some acts turn into the military operations as such? The pictures shown yesterday of various individual incidents, whatever they may or may not say about those incidents, are not evidence of the intent of the military operations as a whole. Professor Shaw has addressed you on why the statements of holders of official positions relied on by South Africa do not establish a plausible claim of genocidal intent. The inevitable fatalities and human suffering of any conflict is not of itself a pattern of conduct that plausibly shows genocidal intent. These provisional measures are therefore not within the court's power under Article 41 of the statute. They go well beyond anything required to preserve the specific rights in issue, namely the observance of the Convention in military operations. They seek instead to shut down the military operations themselves. The requested measures seek to reverse the Bosnia case. When provisional measures were ordered in that case, the armed conflict was still in progress. The allegations in that case were similar to those made in this case. Bosnia and Herzegovina specifically requested a provisional measure requiring Yugoslavia to cease and desist from any and all types of military or paramilitary activities against the people, state, and government of Bosnia and Herzegovina. But the court did not grant it, even though, unlike in this case, an ongoing genocide was said to be in progress on the territory of the very state seeking provisional measures, and both parties to the conflict were parties to the case. The court said expressly that it refused because such a measure would be for the protection of a right that could not form the basis of a judgment in exercise of jurisdiction under the Genocide Convention. There is no reason to depart from that case law. In any event, provisional measures cannot be indicated if, as in this case, they would cause irreparable prejudice to the respondent or are out of proportion with the protection that they're intended to give to the applicant. The fact is that provisional measures impose burdens on the party to which they are addressed in order to protect potentially non-existent rights of another party. It would be contrary to the sovereign equality of states for such burdens to be imposed without regard to their effects on the state to which they are addressed. As Judge Abraham said in the Pulp Mills case, in a request for provisional measures, the court is faced with conflicting rights claimed by the respective parties and cannot avoid weighing those rights against each other. In the Financing of Terrorism Convention case, Judge Tomka said that the court, when considering requests for provisional measures, is expected to weigh and balance the respective rights of the parties. He went on to note, citing specific examples, that this requirement has been observed in the court's practice. The court has made clear in other provisional measures orders that it must preserve the respective rights of both parties. Its established jurisprudence is that Article 41 of the statute, quote, has as its object the preservation of the respective rights claimed by the parties, unquote. That is to say, both parties. The respective rights to be preserved are thus not only the plausible but yet to be determined rights claimed by the applicant, but also the plausible and yet to be determined rights of the respondent to engage in conduct that provisional measures would restrain. Other international dispute settlement fora also balance the interests of both parties when ordering provisional measures. Already a century ago, a mixed arbitral tribunal recognized a principle that the possible injury to the addressee of provisional measures must not be out of proportion with the advantage which the claimant hopes to derive from them. The Institute of International Law has now recognized a general principle of law that international and national courts and tribunals may grant interim relief and, as a requirement for such measures, that the risk of injury to the applicant must outweigh the risk of injury to the respondent. This principle is also recognized by other international dispute settlement mechanisms. Other principles applied when indicating provisional measures are that none of the parties can be put at a disadvantage, that measures should not go beyond what is necessary to achieve their end, that the measures must not cause irreparable prejudice to the rights of the respondent, and that any impression of bias must be avoided. These principles are all aspects of the most basic and elementary duty of the Court to ensure equality between the parties. Article 41 of the statute states that provisional measures are to preserve the respective rights of either party. It does not refer solely to the rights of the applicant for provisional measures. Not to apply such principles would be absurd. Suppose that the Genocide Convention and the Court had already been in existence during the Second World War, and that the Allied powers were all parties to the Convention without reservation, while the Axis powers were not. Suppose that a neutral state had brought proceedings against the Allied powers, alleging breaches of the Genocide Convention and their conduct of hostilities, and requesting provisional measures requiring the Allies to cease hostilities immediately, invoking pictures of civilian fatalities and suffering in the war as a plausible claim. Such provisional measures would have required the Allies to surrender to the Axis powers, even though the case against them might later have been held to be wholly unfounded, without any consideration by the Court of whether genocide was being committed by the Axis powers. Provisional measures must have their limits. Could a provisional measure require a state to change its government or to vote in a particular way in the General Assembly? The answer must be no. Can provisional measures require a state to refrain from exercising a plausible right to defend itself? The answer must be the same. In this case, the balancing of interests must take into account the following. First, Hamas is considered to be a terrorist organization by Israel and other states. Second, it's undisputed that on 7 October, Hamas committed on Israeli territory a large-scale terrorist attack. This is continuing. Third, Israel's right to conduct the military operations in exercise of its right to defend itself has been recognized internationally. Fourth, Israel is committed to complying with international humanitarian law. And fifth, Israel is taking steps to alleviate the humanitarian situation. The co-agents and other counsel have and will address you on this. Sixth, this is not a case where provisional measures could require both parties to a conflict to exercise mutual restraint. They would not be binding on Hamas. Seventh, Hamas has made clear its intention to carry out continuing attacks against Israel and its citizens. Eighth, provisional measures would deprive Israel of the ability to contend with this security threat against it. More rockets could be fired into its territory, more of its citizens could be taken hostage, raped and tortured, and further atrocities could be conducted from across the Gazan border, but provisional measures would prevent Israel from doing anything. Ninth, provisional measures would end attempts to rescue those already taken hostage. 10th, suspension of military operations would give Hamas space to preserve and build its capabilities, enabling it to pose an even greater threat and to use remaining hostages as bargaining chips. If granted, the result would be this: an organization recognized internationally as terrorist has committed a terrorist atrocity in the territory of a state, and a third state now seeks an order from this court that would prevent the attacked state from responding, but which would impose no obligation on those responsible for the attack. The requested measures would not put an end to the conflict, but only to military operations by one party to the conflict. These measures would assist the other party and encourage the commission of further terrorist attacks. In this respect also, the Russia case is fundamentally distinguishable from this case. Provisional measures should be a temporary shield to preserve claimed but as yet unproven rights pending a decision on the merits. Instead, they're being used here as a sword to give an advantage to one party in a conflict over another. The irreparable prejudice to Israel is obvious, so is the lack of proportionality. Madam President, members of the Court, Israel's position is that there is no conceivable basis on which the first two provisional measures could be ordered.
Hey. Sorry, I haven't been focusing. Fuck. Hang on. Where's my restore chat? All right, let's go. This guy seems interesting. Let's watch him.
This measure. First, its wording is not confined to the current military operations in Gaza. It's expressed to apply in relation to the Palestinian people generally. This opens the possibility to later claims that actions by Israel having nothing to do with Gaza are in breach of this provisional measure. While the Convention obligation to prevent genocide may not be confined to current operations in Gaza, the subject matter of this case is. There is no justification for the provisional measure to extend beyond the measure. A second obligation on South Africa as well. No reason is given for this. The other requested provisional measures do not apply to South Africa. Why this one? Is South Africa saying it may fail to comply with its obligation to prevent genocide if not compelled to do so by a provisional measure? Unlikely. Rather, through this provisional measure, South Africa appears to seek a special mandate from the court to act internationally in relation to Palestinian issues on the basis that it seeks to prevent genocide. Indeed, if South Africa's right to bring these proceedings was disputed, South Africa might argue that this provisional measure gives it the right. However, provisional measures cannot confer special mandates on states, and no justification for doing so is established in any event. The third provisional measure should therefore not be granted. I move on to the fourth requested measure. This would require Israel to desist from committing acts within the scope of Article 2 of the Convention. There are fundamental objections to this measure. First, it has no counterpart in the provisional measures ordered in the Bosnia and Myanmar cases. What's the need for this special novel measure? No explanation is given. Second, it uses the word desist, which implies that violations of the Convention by Israel are occurring. It seeks an implied ruling on the merits. In the Bosnia case, you declined to grant a provisional measure requested by Bosnia and Herzegovina that Yugoslavia must cease and desist from all acts of genocide. You should also refuse this request. It's one thing to call on a state to comply with its obligations under the Convention. It's quite another to imply that a state has failed to do so. While provisional measures are without prejudice to the merits, such an implied finding will tarnish the reputation of the respondent state, which is not only unprincipled, but also unnecessary within the meaning of Article 41 of the statute to protect claimed rights on an interim basis. Third, this measure refers to acts within the scope of Article 2 of the Convention. Now, although an act is not within the scope of Article 2 unless it's committed with genocidal intent, the proposed wording leaves scope for South Africa subsequently to argue that the words mean only the acts themselves, whether committed with genocidal intent or not. On that interpretation, the effect would be to shut down Israel's military operation. Every killing or wounding of an opposing combatant by Israeli forces, every collateral civilian casualty, no matter how lawful under international humanitarian law, would be a breach of this provisional measure. Even security checks by Israeli forces of humanitarian aid entering Gaza, in accordance with international humanitarian law as recognized by Security Council Resolution 2720, might be argued to be a breach. The request for this measure should be rejected for the same reasons as the first and second measures. I next address the fifth requested measure.
This specifies types of acts to be regarded as deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction for purposes of the fourth provisional measure. This measure is also objectionable. First, it's not a freestanding measure, but an elaboration of paragraph C of the fourth measure. If the fourth measure is not granted, then the fifth measure falls away. Secondly, no analogous provision is found in the provisional measures order in the Bosnia and Myanmar cases, and no special need for such a new measure is established. Third, it again uses the word desist. Fourth, it seeks further impermissible implied rulings on the merits. For instance, it refers to so-called expulsion and forced displacement of Palestinians from their homes. This is an apparent reference to Israel's practice of issuing calls for civilians to temporarily evacuate areas of intense hostilities, which is in fact a measure to mitigate harm to civilians. This measure thus seeks the court's ruling that evacuation calls amount to expulsion and forced displacement of Palestinians from their homes. Does South Africa suggest that Israel should cease giving warnings to civilians before military operations? How would that protect the rights that South Africa claims? Similarly, paragraph C of this measure seeks the court's ruling that damage to buildings in military operations, presumably even when lawful under international humanitarian law, amount to the destruction of Palestinian life in Gaza. Overall, paragraphs A to C of this measure, read together with paragraph C of the third measure, seek the court's ruling on the merits that evacuation calls, the current humanitarian situation and damage to buildings all amount to deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life within the meaning of Article 2C of the Convention. The reality is that the conflict and the humanitarian situation cannot be resolved overnight. This provisional measure seems designed to ensure that Israel will be in breach of it as soon as it is made. Its sole purpose seems to be to prejudice the merits, not to preserve rights on an interim basis. It should also not be granted. The sixth requested measure incorporates two separate measures. The first of these would require Israel to ensure that its military and organizations and persons subject to its control do not commit acts falling within Articles 2 or 3 of the Convention. It's analogous to the second provisional measure in the Bosnia and Myanmar cases, respectively. But an objection to this is the reference to any irregular armed units or individuals that may be directed, supported, or otherwise influenced by Israel. This wording has simply been copied from the second provisional measure in the Bosnia and Myanmar cases. However, in those cases, the applications instituting proceedings expressly allege the existence of irregular armed units. The reference is inappropriate in this case. There's no suggestion of forces other than the Israel Defense Forces on whose commitment to international humanitarian law you have and will be addressed on today. The second part of the sixth provisional measure contains an obligation to punish genocide. No such provision was included in the Bosnia or Myanmar provisional measures order. Punishment of genocide is not something that needs to be done urgently in order to protect claim rights on a provisional basis. This measure should also not be granted. The seventh provisional measure also comprises two separate measures. The first would require Israel to take measures to prevent destruction of evidence. The court has indicated such a measure on two recent occasions, but declined to do so on
Okay. Let's keep going. I think I'm just going to try one more time because that's a bit too frequent now, isn't it? That's a bit too frequent now. Okay.
Israel's actions. South Africa appears to suggest that the effects of the military operations themselves amount to destruction of evidence, making this yet a further provisional measure, effectively seeking a suspension of military operations. The granting of this measure would imply that there is some reason to suspect concealment of evidence when in fact none has been identified. This again would be an unprincipled and unnecessary tarnishing of reputation. The second part of this measure would require Israel not to impede access to Gaza by fact-finding missions, international mandates and other bodies. However, it is noted first that access to Gaza from Egypt is under the control of Egypt. Secondly, Israel has no obligation under international law to allow access from its territory into Gaza. Thirdly, a provisional measure to this effect was requested by the applicant in the Myanmar case, and it was not granted by the court. The need for this measure has not been established. The eighth requested measure would require Israel to submit regular reports to the court on measures taken to give effect to the provisional measures. Provisions for such reports were made in 2 recent provisional measures orders, but on 4 other occasions it was refused, despite being specifically requested by the applicant. This shows that such measures are not routinely granted. They've been granted occasionally when specific action has been indicated. In Armenia versus Azerbaijan, the court said that a report was necessary in view of the specific provisional measures it's decided to indicate and in light of the undertakings made by the agent of Azerbaijan. South Africa does not justify the inclusion of such a measure. There is no shortage of publicly available Israeli material and reports about the present situation in Gaza. Finally, the 9th requested measure is a non-aggravation measure. On 2 recent occasions, such a measure was specifically requested by the applicant but not granted by the court. Again, such a measure is not the norm, and again, South Africa does not justify its necessity. Provisional measures for non-aggravation have been indicated in cases where both parties have been directly involved as actors in the facts of the case, and the provision. An obligation of non-aggravation cannot fairly be imposed on only one party to a case or only one party to a conflict. If the proposed measure was granted, South Africa would remain free to aggravate its claim dispute with Israel, and Hamas would not be impeded from escalating the conflict with Israel. The only purpose of this provisional measure appears to be to prevent Israel from responding to any such escalations. Again, there's no justification for this measure. Madam President, members of the court, that concludes my arguments on the inappropriateness of the specific measures requested by South Africa. I thank you for your careful attention. I invite you to call on Mr. Noam, co-agent of Israel, to conclude Israel's arguments.
I thank Mr. Staker, and I now invite the co-agent of Israel, Mr. Gilad Noam, to address the court. You have the floor, sir.
Madam President, members of the court, Counsel have shown that the applicant has failed to make the case for the indication of provisional measures. More specifically, 1. The court lacks prima facie jurisdiction, as the applicant has not shown any dispute between itself and the respondent at the time the application was submitted. Indeed, it tried to mislead the court into believing that one had existed. 2. The applicant has failed to meet the condition of plausible rights to be protected in the present circumstances. 3. The simple reality is that the events which are the subject of these proceedings are occurring in the framework of a war instigated by Hamas, governed by the legal framework of international humanitarian law. They do not fall within the remit of the Genocide Convention. 4. The standard of irreparable harm and urgency is not met either. Israel is constantly taking concrete steps, together with others, to address the humanitarian situation in Gaza. 5. Finally, we have shown that each of the provisional measures sought are unwarranted and prejudicial. All this requires that we give attention to two fundamental matters.
Do you think we can survive another 15 minutes before I fuck off and have a very long conversation with my internet people? Ooh.
Arising from these proceedings. The first is that the...
Sorry, I just got into a fucking insane argument with some fucking retard who doesn't understand the difference on Twitter about between targeting civilians and civilians dying as collateral damage. Jesus Christ, that was infuriating. Oh, God.
Applicant seeks to portray an image of Israel as a lawless state that regards itself as beyond and above the law. The applicant paints an image of Israel as a state in which the entire public service, military, and society have in concert discarded Israel's long-standing commitment to law and morality and become singularly consumed with destroying an entire population. That is patently false. I can attest to that firsthand as the Deputy Attorney General for International Law. In this position, I regularly advise the government on issues of international law, including humanitarian law. This has not changed since October 7th. The conflict with Hamas poses serious operational and legal challenges in conducting close-quarter urban combat while mitigating harm to the surroundings, in seeking to put a stop to Hamas military use of hospitals while minimizing disruption of medical services, in helping civilians leave areas of the most intense fighting while Hamas forces them to stay in the line of fire, in facilitating the provision of aid when that aid is constantly stolen by Hamas to sustain its military efforts, in balancing humanitarian considerations with the need to act forcefully against an adversary that still fires rockets deep into our country and holds our citizens hostage. As the authority responsible for international law advice to Israel's government and cabinet, I can attest that in contending with these challenges, Israel remains committed to international law. When the cannons roar in Gaza, the law is not silent. This has been the case since Israel's establishment in 1948, the same year the Genocide Convention was adopted. Israel's commitment to the rule of law has remained steadfast throughout our history, despite the complex challenges we face as a nation. It reflects the commitments made at the time the state was established, as reflected in our Declaration of Independence, which makes express reference to the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. In 1948, too, Israel was at war, forced upon it. Yet, despite being engaged in a war for its survival, the young state gave great importance to immediately establishing an effective, independent, and impartial legal system. Indeed, one of the first steps the newly formed IDF took in the midst of a war was to establish a military justice system. The system has evolved into an integral part of the institutional structure of the IDF. Thus, the IDF Military Advocate General holds the highest rank in the IDF, save its Chief of Staff, and is institutionally independent from the military chain of command. Her staff, including international law experts, are interwoven into all aspects of the military's activities.
Why are people saying Coach Red Pill is dead? What's the meme there? Is it on anywhere? Tucker Carlson has said it? KVI, Gray, still Gray. Anyone reputable? WSAU, what's this? Wait, is this actually? What? Bro. Died in a Ukrainian prison after 8 months imprisonment. Post-millennial. He was arrested by Ukrainian security in May 2023. Is this disinformation? I don't know. Apparently he got COVID. What? I cannot accept the way my son died. He was tortured, extorted. Has Ukraine said anything? Dictator Zelensky, blah, 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 blah. There's been no counterclaim? Ukrainian officials stated in a press release when Lira was initially arrested, he was one of the first to support the Russian invaders and glorify the war crimes. They stated that he engaged in discrediting the top military and political leadership and defense of our state. Okay? No reputable source, so yeah, nothing. I'm not concluding shit. Fuck off. No. Tucker Carlson tweeted it? Really? Wow. They got him.
And education. They are involved in the drafting and preparation of military...
That should be the last one. Because we're going to finish this and then we're going to fuck off. But my God. I will say it is incredible and very warming to know that about 400 or 500 wankers have actually just stuck through what I think are 12 or 13 disconnects now in a stream. That is very humbling. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15.
Military plans and doctrines. And they provide ongoing legal advice on a range of issues, including targeting, weaponry, and obligations towards the enemy's civilian population. This remains the case in the current conflict. The civilian legal system, including my department in the Ministry of Justice, serves as an avenue of review for the military legal system.
I think actually doing some reading, Vodafone might actually be promising. It looks like they've made improvements in my area. So we might actually just go Vodafone and smash. We'll see.
The Attorney General stands at the head of the civilian legal system.
This is
In
what
this
real
position,
lawyer.
she too enjoys full institutional independence.
Oh God!
At all times, the doors to Israel's courts, including Israel's Supreme Court, remain open. This court is widely acknowledged for its willingness to consider issues pertaining to the conduct of hostilities, including ongoing hostilities. Indeed, during the current conflict, the court has already considered petitions on different aspects of the war. Israel's legal system also ensures accountability. The IDF has a robust law enforcement system. It also maintains an independent mechanism for examining and investigating alleged violations of international humanitarian law. This mechanism is subject to review and oversight by the civilian justice system, including the Supreme Court. This system has been structurally strengthened over the past decade, including by consultations with like-minded states and international experts. Assessing incidents in large-scale hostilities outside of a state's territory requires expertise. Our system is provided with substantial resources and authority to fulfill its mission. The military mechanism is already reviewing incidents relating to the current conflict. The rule of law remains a foundational pillar of the State of Israel. The applicant defames not only Israel's leadership, but also Israeli society. Misrepresenting a selective assortment of statements to suggest genocidal intentions and the abdication of core moral values. Israel's counsel, Professor Shaw, addressed this claim. The shock, anxiety, and deep pain that have affected Israeli society since October 7th naturally lead to harsh statements regarding the enemy that is committed to, indeed driven by, destruction of Jews and Israelis. But our legal system knows how to draw a line between statements that may be troubling and even obscene, but fall within the right of freedom of speech in a democratic society, and those statements which go beyond that right. As the Attorney General reaffirmed publicly recently, any statement calling for intentional harm to civilians contradicts the policy of the State of Israel and may amount to a criminal offense, including the offense of incitement. Several such cases are currently being examined by Israeli law enforcement authorities. You will find this statement in tab 16D in the volume. Madam President, members of the court, a second general matter we alluded to is the broader implications of this application for Israel and the wider international community. As we have shown, this case concerns a large-scale armed conflict with tragic consequences for civilians on both sides. Yes, there is a heart-wrenching armed conflict, but the attempt to classify it as genocide and trigger provisional...
One more for the lads. Fucking hell. Ooh, what a fucking mare.
Ultimately, entertaining the applicant's request will not strengthen the commitment to prevent and punish genocide, but weaken it. It will turn an instrument adopted by the international community to prevent horrors of the kind that shocked the conscience of humanity during the Holocaust into a weapon in the hands of terrorist groups who have no regard for humanity or for the law. If every resort to force in self-defense against an enemy hiding behind civilians can be portrayed as genocide and trigger provisional measures, an inevitable tension will be created between the Genocide Convention and states defending themselves against the ever-increasing capacities of terrorist organizations. Doing so would also signal to terrorist organizations that they can commit war crimes and crimes against humanity and then exploit this court to obtain protection. For us, provisional measures would lead to a perverse situation. It would effectively allow Hamas to continue attacking the citizens of Israel.
Not a perverse situation, oh no. Debate pervert going on. Oh yeah, sorry.
To hold 136 hostages in unbearable conditions, to keep tens of thousands of displaced Israelis from returning to their homes, and essentially to promote its plan to massacre as many Israelis and Jews as it can. Madam President, members of the court, in living memory of the atrocities that gave birth to the term genocide, in the aftermath of which the State of Israel was founded, we are witness to a concerted and cynical effort to pervert the meaning of the term genocide itself. The Genocide Convention is too important a foundation in humanity's aspiration to defeat barbarism and evil to be belittled in this way. And the faith that has been placed in international law and its institutions is too cherished an asset to be squandered. We appeal to this court not to be taken down that dangerous road. Madam President, members of the court, for all the above reasons, Israel requests the court, in accordance with Article 60, paragraph 2 of the rules of the court, for the reasons given during the hearing of January 12, 2024, and any other reasons the court
might appeal to Discord. Hey, I got it.
Deem appropriate. 1. To reject the request for the indication of provisional measures submitted by the applicant. 2. To remove the case from its list. Madam President and members of the court, that concludes Israel's observations. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the co-agent of Israel.
And everyone clapped.
Brings to an end the single round of oral argument of Israel, as well as the present series of sitting. In accordance with the usual practice, I shall request the agents of both parties to remain at the court's disposal to provide any additional information the court may require. The court will render its order on the request for the indication of provisional measures submitted.
Genocide was a term made up because of the Holocaust. Kind of, yeah. It was inspired by the Holocaust and also Lemkin's research of the Armenian genocide. Because he read about Armenia and he was like, why is there no word for this? And then the Holocaust happened. He's like, hey, why is there no word for this? Fuck, let's make a word. And they made a word. That's how that happened. And then they took the word to the UN, and then some of the UN were like, whoa, that word is that word might get us in trouble. Shit. We need to make this word a bit more special, you know, because there's way too many dudes who might have fallen under that word. And then they were like, okay, fine. And then Stalin was like, maybe we should make the word include political opponents as one of the categories that you can genocide. And Stalin was like, well, that word, I don't know about that one. And then ethnic cleansing was suggested as one of the means of genocide. And then they were like, then like half the fucking Europe was like, wait a minute, no, that word's a bit too, I don't know about that one. You know, let's get rid of that one. And then there was cultural genocide. And then like Canada and the UK and the United States were like, whoa, that word is a bit, ooh. And then you have the term as it is now. Yeah.
Possible. The agents of the parties will be advised in due course as to the date on which the court will deliver the order in public sitting. Since the court has no other business before it today, the sitting is declared closed.
Why are people trying to say that the Houthis have this jurisdiction over the Red Sea? They're not a recognized state. What do you? I don't get it. It's people think that people. It's because people think the Houthis are Yemen. Oh, okay, yeah, like they are the Yemeni government that the world. Okay, yeah. What's this? What is this story? Do we have time for another story? Outdoor art at The Hague, the Amalek Monument. Oh. Is this at The Hague? 1967. The successful entrepreneur Jacques Lévy-Lassen was completely defeated when he returned to his hometown of The Hague a year after the Second World War from his safe haven in New York, the flourishing Jewish shopping district in the heart of the city. completely depopulated. Of the 17,000 Jews, about 2,000 remained. In memory of the old neighborhood and its inhabitants, Lassen, who was a ladies' fashion merchant and property developer, bought up properties on Gedemptegracht. He spent the rest of his life redeveloping the vanished neighborhood. In 1957, he set up a foundation, the Levi Lassen Foundation. His wish to erect a monument was fulfilled posthumously. On the 12th of October 1967, a memorial was unveiled at the opening of the foundation's new building at Gedemptegracht 40. This memorial is from the hand of sculptor Dick Stins. Earlier, this sculptor made, for instance, Adelar Monument for Fallen Comrades for the military airbase in Soesterberg. As was customary at the time, he also produced a realistic relief in The Hague. It was a monumental Star of David in which father, mother, and child seek protection. At the bottom of the star, the sculptor placed a seated figure. The whole thing was originally mounted together with the following text on a wall covered with white stone. Remember what Amalek has done to you. Do not forget it. Right? Oh, there's no way, man. There ain't no way. That's absolutely unbelievable, chap. This quotation from the Bible's book of Deuteronomy refers to the story of Amalek, Esau's grandson, who, with his people, was the archenemy of the Israelites. At the beginning of the 21st century, redevelopment took place again in the same area. The monument is successfully stored for a few years, located on the masonry of the new Spuimarkt building from the end of 2007 to 2018. And since 2018, is part of the large Jewish monument on the Rabbein Marsenplein. So is this on The Hague then? No way. Outdoor art. Is it like on the building though, or is it in the area? The Hague Amalek Monument. Is this actually... What? Oh, it's a city. Okay. I thought it was a building. Huh. Damn, that's a good Twitter dunkster. Which lawyer do you think had the best performance? Well, based on your reactions, I thought the second last guy did, but I didn't pay much attention to him because I was fucking soying out on Twitter with some moron. Oh well. Why was this monument allowed at The Hague? So that's what this says. This says, remember what Amalek has done to you. Reddit, let's go. Has this already been going around Twitter, I guess? Okay. Oh, sorry. I said, okay, chat. Okay. I said, I think that might be a job well done. That's what I was saying. Yeah? You think so? We got through the stream. I think we got through this stream. I think it was smooth. I think everyone was happy. Everyone clapped. Everyone soyed. Houthi stream. Oh yeah, now we're going to do the Houthi research stream. Now we're going to cover all the Houthi cringe. Don't mind the torrent of interruptions. No way. We can't do it. It's just not. It's not feasible, chat. It's not feasible. Let's see. Restore chat. Get chat to pop out. Copy. Where is it? There we go. As long as you promise you won't forget about Amalek. I can't believe. Why would The Hague allow such a genocide? Like, does that mean that The Hague approved of genocide against the Germans? Chat, give more donations and he has to stay on. I don't think I'm going to stay on for more. I mean, you can give them anyway, but I don't know if that's going to... Oh, God. I don't think it's worth it, you guys. I need to take some self-defense measures against this horrible fucking internet. Oh, God. Can we just give conclusive thoughts on the whole case and the two sides and who might win? I don't know. I mean, I think... I think we have a one more F policy. No, we don't. I think... Oh, God, this guy's so toxic, man. Coach Red Pill's a piece of shit, but he didn't deserve to die. What the fuck? I don't... Bro. Okay. Now we done. Okay. We did have one more F in us, didn't we? We did have a 1F policy. All right. Whatever, dude. It's been fun, guys. I guess we're going to have to investigate whether or not The Hague has allowed for genocidal statements to be made against Germans. That'll be the next one. Okay. Well done, guys. Have a good one. I love you, chat. Thanks so much for the support. You're you kept me sane. Ho ho ho. I'm gonna send you off. I think I'll send you off to Chud Logic. That's what I'll do. Okay. Oh God, what a fucking statement. My God. Well. All right. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye.